Hello and welcome all of you esports fans to SQ1 Championship as we are going to be starting off week 2 with Lions Creed versus Glorious Gaming. I'm Kamil Kaczka Kubuka, joined by Omena as, we're going to be bringing you the first 2 games today.
Hello. Yeah, we have two games. First of all, we have Lions Creed versus Glorious Gaming. And on the second game, we have, let me check, we have Sparks Esports versus Core Dynamic.
Right, that is correct. But of course, first match is going to be Lions Creed going against Glorious Gaming. And I feel like something that is worth noting is that Lions Creed will be playing with a different bot lane than last time. They also have, a mid laner with a different name, however, it is still the same player. So what I am really going to be looking at is whether that will change, anything major and how they will do with the team.
Yeah, I hope this is bringing something new for their team. They went 0-2 last week, so they're hoping for a bounce back. They are playing against Glorious Gaming, who were 1-1 last week, so they should not be an impossible hurdle to get over. So let's see what Lions Creed can do with these new players on their roster.
Yeah, and if you are, either of those teams, week 2 is really where you start to cement the expectations that have been started to set up in week 1. And if you're Lions Creed, you don't want to be the team that starts dropping games early on in the split. So after the 0-2 start, a win here would be massive for that squad, even though we are still only in week 2.
Yeah, definitely. But also, on the other hand, Glorious Gaming wants to get over that 1-1 score. They want to just get over the halfway bracket of the. Yeah.
Yeah, we are going into the draft. That is, as you can see the bans. Camille Aphelios, both are going to be banned by Glorious Gaming. Camille is a bit of a target ban towards Mental Nirvana, and Aphelios just being kind of broken.
Yeah, on the other side we have Kha'Zix's Karma taken away, and now on the Glorious Gaming side, Fiora and Ezreal. We are speeding through these bans right now.
Yeah, and that is a first pick Soraka. Very interesting.
That is, LS would be proud of this team.
Mm-hmm.
But also we have Kayle on the other side. I don't see Kayle being first pick worthy. Maybe if they have done pro draft or something. They are just picking for themselves.
No, I don't think so.
It kind of looks like it.
Yeah, okay. It very much looks like that. Okay. Yeah, so that is going to be Soraka versus Kayle in the top lane, which probably just a farming matchup. All right, well, since we don't get to talk through the picks as they come through, I guess we're just going to jump straight into the matchup. So Gragas versus Jarvan, already you can see both junglers will be focusing on setting up the early ganks, and I can see mid lane, not that much mobility.
Yeah, definitely. The J4 pick is extremely good into picks that have no escapes out of the Cataclysm. So I hope that Lions Creed had some sort of immobile ADC before this J4 pick was taken. Also, the Kayle cannot escape the ultimate, so J4 could be very deadly pick here.
Yeah, it could be very well. As are the bot lanes Varus being locked in on Lions Creed's side? I wonder what support they did pair that up with us. Yeah, I'm trying to make up what comps the teams are exactly going for. Glorious Gaming, it seems to be more towards those team fights, which is actually something that we saw them play last week in both of their games. Just scale up and fight towards the end. And yeah, with Sen and Nautilus bot, that fits the identity.
Yeah, definitely. They have a full team fight comp. They have healing, they have sustain, they have tankiness. They have a perfect team fight comp. On the other hand, Lions Creed, they have Lulu Varus bot lane, just 2 power picks, but they don't play that well into each other, especially if Varus is going with the lethality build.
Yeah, and I guess that is something that remains to be seen, whether we are going to see Rusty Sniper go for that lethality or not. Because we mentioned Glorious Gaming have team fights, but I look at Lions Creed and they can also team fight. You've got Kayle for the consistent DPS, Gragas or Orianna for your engage/crowd control, and if Varus goes on hit with Lulu, that is going to be a lot of consistent damage as well. So where do you think Lions Creed will want to be playing towards?
I'm looking at the Kayle. Kayle should have a pretty free scaling. I think until level 6, Soraka is just going to bully her, but Kayle is fine leaving up some CS. She only wants XP, basically, on the lane. And once she gets at level 6, she can start to farm pretty easily. And once Kayle gets that 1 item, 2 item spike, she can start to get over or get a hold of this side lane, I don't think anyone can stop her on the side lane. So they can either go for the team fights, as you said, but they can also play on the side lanes. Orianna can just clear out side wave. Varus can just almost one-shot the mid lane wave. And if they just play around this Kael'Wyn condition, I don't see Glorious Gaming answering it unless they play early game really well.
All right, well, there it is what Lions Creed are going to be looking at. So I guess with that, being said, we need to look at Glorious Gaming and what do they have in response to that Kale pick? Because Kale, you mentioned, a very strong pick, especially when it is being enabled. So they must do something to try and stop it. Do you think that Soraka could be the answer? Or are they just looking to pick it for, the healing power that it provides?
Well, Soraka at the moment is a lane bully, basically. And pre-6 Kale is not a champion. Like, you don't get to play the game pre-6 on a bad matchup. Soraka just bullies you with auto attacks, the Qs, you max Q on that matchup, I'm pretty sure. So they hurt a lot as well. And anytime you hit a Q, just sustain yourself back to full HP. So they can set up dives as well with the J4 coming before 6. So I think it's down to Lone Wolf to just protect his Kale up in the top lane.
All right, I guess that is then going to be, the sort of story of the early game. Because to be quite honest, I don't think there is that much that is going to be happening pre-level 6 generally across the map. The lanes are sort of, they all want to be farming up to a certain point. So yeah.
Yeah, not gonna lie, a pretty boring draft. Like from
I mean,
both,
come on,
both
you've got
of
the
these
Soraka
teams.
top lane. Like, how can you call that boring?
I think I just can. Like
Okay, I
Lions
guess you have
Creed.
the power.
Yeah, like both of the bot lanes are pretty boring. They have sustain, they have shields. Like there is the Nautilus to all in, but they don't have a burst damage with the Senna. They don't have that much sustain damage. And pretty much all we can hope for is that these junglers get something done in this early game. Both of them have the tools to pretty much turn any of these lanes around. So
yeah, something that I do remember you mentioning when we were preparing for this game is we looked at Dan Styles and we said he could play Victor, and you said you want to see teams pick up Victor. I think we might have an opportunity. Like, how does Victor really fit into the whole picture right now?
Victor becomes a really strong champion once you get your first item. You upgrade your passive item. I don't remember what it's called, but it costs 1.15k. And once you have it, you can almost one-shot the wave that comes. And you basically can get prio back on any lane. You just outscale your opponent. And if your opponent goes out of position, even for a while, if you have a jungler coming in, your burst damage is quite high, and your ultimate just like make sure that the opponent dies. So even though Victor is a scaling pick and turns into a monster in late game, the pick is pretty strong even early on.
All right, then, as we will be slowly but surely loading into the Soundness Rift, both of these teams are looking to get a good start to the week 2. Lions Creed, they want to get their first win on the board. Glorious Gaming, they want to definitely push themselves up, especially if you consider their second match is against Sparks today. I believe that is correct. Yes, it is. So really, if you're looking for a win in week 2, this is your best bet. And Glorious Gaming, for a team that finished last in the spring split, you really want to start picking up the wins early.
Yeah, definitely. And in this game, I fully believe that they have all the tools to take down this game. If they can force Lions Creed to team fight against them, they have the sustain, they have the damage coming from Senna later on, Victor. All of these champions make team fighting extremely hard, even though Lions Creed have the scaling Kale and Orianna, but I just look at the teams and it looks to be a really hard team fight as Lions Creed. Even if you get your opponent low, the ambulance Soraka just appears out of nowhere and just heals you back to full HP.
All right, so it seems to be team fighting for Glorious Gaming against, some split push, possibly with the Kale from Lions Creed. But of course, it all remains to be settled on the Rift as I, start hearing the music. We should be loading in any second for the first match of the week 2. It's Lions Creed versus Glorious Gaming.
Yeah, now we get into the game. Finally, we get to see where these junglers start from. What is the game plan for J4? J4 is known for being one of the best level 2 gankers in the game. he can just take these incredibly annoying ganking paths. He usually just takes one buff, like red buff, blue buff, whatever, and just goes somewhere on the map. Just tries to burn as many flashes as he can.
Alright, oh, look at this, Glorious Gaming. They have some level 1 strategies. They're walking towards this brush. Seku is going to spot them. Naya, he has a clean shot off the hook. That's a nice sidestep there. And yeah, it's going to miss.
Yeah, that's tragic. Like, that hook should never miss at this level, honestly. Like, you can even flash out attack, and it should be a free kill, but Nia just completely misses that. And I guess Sekuo just dodged it really well, but I think that's on Nia.
Yeah, or maybe, Glorious Gaming just thought, well, take the opportunity if it's there, but if it's not, then it's not the end of the world. They did get a ward on the other blue buff. Yeah, Checker DC is sitting there on Senna, so they do get some information, but you can see Lion's Creed, with a good response, they have warded the blue buff of Glorious Gaming, and now they know that Foti Makalar is going to be starting on his blue.
Yeah, and this is extremely important to bring back the point of J4 wanting to gank level 2. Now they know that their bot lane is safe, they know that their top laner has to play it safe, mid laner has to play it safe, and now they're just waiting what the J4 actually wants to do. And here in the top lane, we get to see Soraka in action, just trying to zone out Kayle away from as much CS as she can. She does start with the Doran's Ring, which is normal for Soraka top lane nowadays. Gives you that good mana regen, gives you good health to take the raids.
As there is trading happening in the bot lane, Rusty Sniper kind of taking the worst end of that trade, burning through his potion. And we actually, that's something worth mentioning. Checker DC is playing the fasting Senna with Grasp, which, somewhat of a standard for the Senna AD carries, but you won't be seeing him taking much CS.
Yeah, definitely. I would have hoped they would not go for the Grasp build this time. Oh, as we see a gank in the mid lane.
Flash.
There is the flash out from the mid lane. Not level 2, but level 3 instead this time. But yeah, going back to the Senna, I feel like they should have gone for the lethality build this time. They are missing quite a bit of damage on their comp. Like the J4, Soraka, Nautilus, none of them are gonna be dealing almost any damage in the late game. So I would have hoped for some more aggressive builds.
Well, that is what we are going to see, but just to comment on what happened mid lane before, Dimdog now doesn't have a flash. Orianna, no other escapes. William Makalar playing the Jarvan, which means that for the next 5 minutes, I would expect him to try and punish. And he is trying for a gank. I don't know if he's aware of that controller. He will definitely go and check that brush as he walks past and takes this scuttle. This could be bad for the Makalar. Can he escape? The body slam is going to root him in place already. Dropping low, flash over the wall. Can Dimdog finish the kill? That's going to be the flash from Lone Wolf, and Fude Makalar still being alive for the time being. Is the barrel roll going to catch on to him? Lone Wolf does not drop the chase. However, Fude Makalar escapes with his life.
I cannot believe he left that unpunished. Like, that should have been another kill in this game, but we are still 0-0 at this game. And we get a glimpse in the top lane of like how this matchup is going. Soraka up 6 CS. Oh, Lone Wolf getting just zoned out of that scuttle crab once again.
Yeah, that's just what happens when you don't manage to finish the kill. And as you mentioned, still 0-0, a very narrow goal. It's even kind of a sin to mention, to call it a gold lead for Glorious Gaming at this point. But you do have some, what do I call it? Well, Fude Makalar definitely asserted his dominance in that one play over Lone Wolf.
Yeah, definitely. Also for Glorious Gaming, the top lane is going really well. There's over 10 CS lead right now. Soraka just dominating this matchup. Not having a freeze, slow pushing the top wave. Kayle doesn't have to use the TP back, but she's building up a huge wave. I hope the jungler would go top lane to punish this Kayle for that wave, but I don't think the J4 has those plans in mind.
And right now you see Checker DC and Naya actually pushing in the bot lane wave, which personally really surprises me, because you'd think that Varus can clear the wave faster than Senna.
Yes and no, like always the action in the mid lane.
Yeah, Lowolf going in for a gank, down styles, burning the flash already. Gravity Field really playing the MVP here, stunning both Dimdog and Lone Wolf and securing the disengage.
Yeah, Dimdog was a bit of an right there for that play, and they had no flashes left to commit for dance styles anymore after that. But back to the bot lane point, like even though Varus can push out the wave, probably a bit quicker, but the support gap in this lane is actually pretty huge. Nautilus just outrades both of your opponents right now. So if they ever try to go for a play, Nautilus can just all in, and the Lulu shield is not going to be enough to protect at that point. Also, Senna has sustain on the lane, so you don't really want to go for those trades. Like, you take 1 or 2 of those, and suddenly you're just at a health disadvantage for the rest of the lane.
Right? I think that makes perfect sense, and something, that's also worth mentioning is Lulu, she is an enchanter, but she doesn't really come with a lot of sustain, so when you take a few of those negative trades, you suddenly find yourself in not a very good spot. That being said, you mentioned that you want to see Fudemacalar go towards the top lane. I think he's doing it right now. Flag and drag just to get close to Mental Nirvana. He is level 6 though, so very unlikely to be a kill. Instead, just forced to recall.
Yeah, gets chunked out, has to take the recall. She does have 2 potions, has the mana regen. I don't think she would have to necessarily recall. She's losing quite a bit of minions right there. But his jungler is taking the dragon, so she plays it safe. Takes the recall, doesn't want to get dove by J4.
And Dimdog moving down, so that should be the first dragon of the game, a Cloud one, going over to Lion's Creed without any effort whatsoever. And, I mean, well played. They managed to spot their time when they know Fudemacalar is in top lane, the Herald isn't up yet, which means that it's literally a free objective picked up by Lion's Creed.
Yeah, it's one of the most important things a jungler can do at the moment. You see these moments always a fight in the bot lane.
Who connecting onto Rusty Sniper, exhaust throwdown onto Checker DC, but you can see how much damage Naya has in that bot lane in general. Dimdog though, he joins the fight, good flash away from the shockwave from Checker DC, and Naya in the front like he's slowly getting chunked down, slowly dropping low. The wish comes down from the heavens, and the teleport down from Dan Stats as Glorious Gaming are looking to turn the fight around. Chaos Storm is dropped down on Seku, and the first blood is going to be picked up, and Dimdog is next. The kill donated to Checker DC. Glorious Gaming, 2 for not in the bot lane against Lion's Creed.
Yeah, and we see the fight going on in the top side, J4 going a bit too deep without any help.
Yeah, Fudemacalar has got the flash in a couple of seconds. Can he get out? Flag and drag over the wall. Mental Nirvana. The flash is futile. You can't catch up. But here comes the Gragas with the Predator. Powerful. It goes the wrong way. Lone Wolf doesn't commit and he doesn't pick up the kill.
Oh, that's just clean 2-0 up for Glorious Gaming right now. Like, oh my god, that play was just painful to look at. The sustain from Senna, from Soraka ultimate, the shields. Nautilus just refused to die. Oh.
I mean, it's just a glorious support Nautilus taking all the CS, and man stanky. I gotta say that. He really, really refuses to die. And you saw the power of Soraka. We are going to see a replay though, so yeah, we get to take another look of what exactly happened.
Yeah, they went for an aggressive play. Senna got exhausted, just wants to play it a bit safe. And we see the Orianna TP coming up. Nia doesn't have the flash, but she decides to go for Senna instead. Wants to take both of those kills. And now Nia just, even though he's getting polymorphed and everything, Soraka ultimate is coming up, Senna Q, his own shield. He just, as you said, refuses to die. Like, he just had other plans today. And then Victor finally TPs in, just cleans house at this point. And it's a clean 2-0. And we see still J4 playing his own game in the top side of the map. He eventually gets out, even though it looks a bit sketchy at this point. And Kale even uses a flash to get him, but doesn't end up dying, even though this crack as well. We see the Q again. Oh, please don't show that.
I feel like if he just body slammed him, he would have taken the kill.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely. But
oh well. We're gonna give him the benefit of doubt.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't up. Let's hope so.
Yeah, 10 minutes in, Glorious Gaming now in a commanding gold lead with 3,000. That I can call a lead. You can see CS advantages in mid lane and top lane. Bot lane's a bit sketchy to call out, but Naya is out farming Rusty Sniper, so it really feels like Lion's Creed are not quite clicking in terms of what they want to do in this early game.
Yeah, I'm actually not really sure like what their game plan on, because we didn't see the draft fully. We just saw the pro draft picks, and they have this. No, he's not even going lethality on this Varus. Like, why are you picking Varus if you refuse to go lethality? Feels such a waste. Like the champion does not shine when you go with the on-hit build. There's so many better ADCs to do that with. Like even if the Aphelios was banned or something, like just go MF or anything else. But right now they're just getting out-farmed on every single lane. Mid lane has a commanding 20 CS lead. Even the Soraka top is 15 CS up. Even though Kayle is going for the scaling build, but Soraka is actually like one of the best scaling champions. Not by damage, but just pure healing for his team.
Dan Styles is going onto Dimdog and gets a really nice chunk of damage onto that Orianna. You can see Glorious Gaming members, they are just individually outperforming their lane opponents. I think it's as simple as that. There isn't really too much, read into that. We mentioned that, yeah, Mental Nirvana is scaling, but we all know how scaling goes when none of your lanes are winning. It just isn't.
Yeah, like suddenly at 20 minutes you realize that you cannot contest any dragons, any barons, and you just lose the game before you get to reach your point. And right now we saw the Herald take from J4. He's going to the bot lane. Maybe they try to break this tower free so they can rotate the bot lane. Out of that lane, maybe take the last remaining plates from top side. We'll have to see what he actually ends up doing with it. The dragon is coming up in about 10 seconds. It's a good dragon to take. Ocean Dragon, really good for the Soraka team as well.
Just a bit of a shame for them that it's not going to be an Ocean Solace. Rusty Sniper going forward. Let's see how much that on-hit Varus can do. It's honestly just a bit of damage, and nothing that Checker DC won't be able to heal up anytime soon. And alright, Dimdog, what are you trying to do here? He definitely is trying to put down the ball. Fude Makalar dropping low on health. Wolf goes in with a flash. Here comes the wish, and the kills are just insane. Fude Makalar picks up the kill. That's going to be the dragon over to Glorious Gaming. And we see a Mountain Soul for this game. Dan Styles just kills Dimdog in the jungle, chases him down. 4 kills to Glorious Gaming.
Did I just see 500 heal from the Soraka
I think you did,
ultimate?
yes. Ephese. It's a beautiful item.
It's a really balanced item. Like you get magic resist, you get AP from your mana regen items after that, and it's incredibly cheap to build. So if you have 100 CS on Soraka top lane, you just get all of these cheap items. Like look at Kayle right now. She has boots, she has cool, and a tier. Like there's just no competition for this. And we see a dive in mid lane.
Lone Wolf is just gonna get dove. And the worst thing is for Lone Wolf is that Dan Styles tanked the whole tower. A Victor tanked the tower whilst he just picks up the kill. He's 3-0 and 2, 100% kill participation. Like you can really see Dan Styles stepping up this game.
Yeah, we're gonna see a replay of this dragon fight again. J4 is just going a bit too far, but that's a 535 HP heal. They even had on Senna ultimate. I don't think the shield actually reached. And we see Victor going for this Orianna who has no idea that he's recalling. And oh my god, like everything is going wrong for Lion's Creed right now. They have 1 dragon in their name, but that's it. They are 6k down at 14 minutes. They are supposed to scale this game, but I don't see it happening anymore.
The team comp that Glorious Gaming have drafted is simply unforgivable. We just saw what the Wish can do. Bastard isn't even level 11. And the thing is, okay, well now he is. The Soraka ultimate heals more the lower people are on your team. So even if Lion's Creed managed to get a lot of low health bars, guess what happens? I can give you a demonstration. You just do this. And your whole team is up.
Yeah, I think that's everything you require from a Soraka player. Like, that's
to be honest,
really, really fair at this point for Lion's Creed. They are almost getting hooked, but Naya's hooks this game have not been on point.
The long range one, yes. However, I feel like in the team fights he's doing it, or well, in the fights he's doing as much as he needs to on Nautilus. To be completely fair. So, so far not worried. if that continues in the mid game, then yeah, I can see how it becomes a problem. I was talking about Naya. He's gonna get locked under the tower, throws down the ultimate, has got the aftershock. What is this healing? Jesus Christ, Bastard, take a break.
Please! Almost 700 HP! And now
that's a hook on to Naya. Yeah, no ultimate on Seku. He's in a lot of trouble, but there's no one to chase him through. Glorious Gaming take down the tier 1 bot lane. Makalar looking for an engage of his own, trying to go onto Dimdog, locks him up in a Catalysm. Here comes Dan Styles, immediate flash away, not even taking chances.
Oh my god, like, Glorious Gaming is playing this game well, even though it might look like Lion's Creed is just losing this game outright, but Glorious Gaming, they are keeping up the pressure. They are not giving Lion's Creed any chance to breathe in this game. They want to scale, but they are just constantly looking for fights, and we get a shockwave in mid lane. Dimdog almost gets caught again. But maybe it's Dan Styles this time in trouble.
Maybe it is. Body Slam comes down. He's getting very low, below 100 health. It is a shutdown, but he trades it back with the Death Ray. And I agree with you. Glorious Gaming are just playing this game incredibly well. And actually, to bring it back to something that, we talked about before, is that last week, they just played both games. They scaled into them. This time, though, they take the reins and they just run with the game from the beginning. Let's see if they can close it out.
Yeah, even though we are praising a lot of what Glorious Gaming is doing, that fight was not worth for them at this time. Orianna got a 750 gold shutdown. Even though they get something on the map, I feel like they're getting this tower uncontested. The 750 gold on Orianna could turn this game around if we are looking the game more positively, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I think we need to say that. There is definitely hope for Lion's Creed. They still scale. However, so the Glorious Gaming. It is sort of, you're only going to get to an even point later on. And that is what Lion's Creed are going to hope for. They're hoping for a mistake to come through, because Glorious Gaming, yeah, they're playing well. They're not immune to mistakes. No one is.
Yeah, definitely. And Glorious Gaming right now is the time. They need to keep this pressure up. Soraka is taking a bit of a trade, but the Q hits and the healing comes through. Almost full HP back again. But to go to a bit of an item standpoint, right now Soraka 2 items, has the Athenes, has the Redemption. Like, right now the team fights for Glorious Gaming are going to be insane. They have the Muramana actually coming, or Manamune at the moment, coming for the Senna, so they're not going for the immediate Frozen Heart, thank god, because they really need that damage coming from him. As
a Mountain Dragon, secured by Makalar. In the meantime, Lion's Creed are responding with a Herald, as you see Checker DC nearly getting caught out, Bastard healing him up to full health. Teleport from Dimdog, he's caught out though by the hook as well, and Shockwave is going to come through as well as the kill ultimate. The knock-ups though from Naya, get everyone, double kill picked up by Checker DC, and as a flash forward, Makalar double knock-up. The Rusty Sniper already taken down, and Lone Wolf and Mental Nirvana trying to run for the hills. Glorious Gaming, will they let them? Dan Styles, he wants more, he wants to pick up that gold, looks for Mental Nirvana, easy kill there. He knows there is no ultimate. Lone Wolf does not flash over the wall, that is tragic. Double kill picked up by Dan Styles, and Glorious Gaming just wiped the floor with Lion's Creed.
They just won a 4v5 teamfight where Victor wasn't even part, and he's the only guy with like real damage on this team. Like, if this game isn't over, like, I don't know. Like, this game just feels unthrowable at this point, but I would love to get proven wrong.
I would love to as well, but Lion's Creed just look absolutely clueless against the might of Glorious Gaming right now. You saw them, the team fight, it played, quite good at the beginning. It felt like, but then they all lined up for the depth charge to come through. Check how DC cleans up the initial 2 kills, and then you had the follow-through from Glorious Gaming. I believe we're going to see a replay of that fight, definitely, so we can break it down a bit more. But, man, just feels so bad for Lion's Creed right now.
Yeah, just Glorious Gaming goes and sees that they're taking the Herald, and Checker DC just gets so much health back from this Soraka, and even though Soraka has to flash away from this fight, the rest of the fight, the rest of the re-engage is going so well, incredibly insane. Cataclysm trapping so many people, Senna ultimate coming on it as well. J4 flashing forward for the rest of the members. And the rest is just chasing down these low HP targets. Victor coming in. I don't think he would have had to use the ultimate. And we see the Lone Wolf flash again onto the wall. These mistakes should not be happening at this point.
Mental Nirvana is getting nearly clapped. Divine Judgment coming through in the top lane. There's a fight happening as well, but both of them won by Glorious Gaming, and that's just 2 more kills under their belt.
Yeah, like at this point, they are on damage control. They have to just stay like keep something in check. They have to just not die, and all they're doing is dying. Like, they just go up too far, they know they cannot win these 1v1s, these 1v3s, and they just go for them. I was gonna say before that I feel kinda bad for this Kale. The first death she got was on the teamfight, she was doing quite well, actually scaling in this game, but now it's all going downhill from her as well.
Seku called out with the Root from Checker. Is it going to be enough to find the kill? Dropping low and lower. Wild Growth is going to come out. Redemption down, not going to be enough to finish the kill. And somehow Seku manages to escape. But as you mentioned, Glorious Gaming extending their lead. And this is the change that we wanted to see from this team. Coming into the summer split, finishing last in the spring split. Now, just look at them. They know how to play controllers.
What are you doing?
Yeah, the Mental Nirvana, you just shouldn't be here.
You have no ultimate. Oh my god, why are you pushing that far? It just looks like Mental Boom at the moment.
I can't disagree. I would love to.
Yeah.
But Lions Creed are... Yeah, it feels very hopeless for them right now. They are 12,000 gold behind at just 22 minutes. The Baron still hasn't been taken yet, but they have only 1 item on their carries. If you look at the gold... Checker has more gold than anyone on the squad of Lions Creed.
And he's the support in this game.
Well, yeah. He's not farming.
Yeah. They even got the Herald from the last play, but it just takes a chunk of the mid lane tower's HP. Like, honestly, it just looks hopeless for Lions Creed. I like, at this point, I just want to point out that I want to see how clean can Glorious Gaming make this rest of the game look. It has been incredibly clean, apart from that 1 death from Victor where he traded 1 for 1 eventually. So let's see what they can, how can they end this game. And Kale, why are you in here? Like, didn't you just kill twice? It's exactly the same
Well,
spot.
3rd time's the charm, I guess. Mental Nirvana, 1 against 3, just dead. Foodmark Kalar is on rampage. Mountain Trick is going to be the prize for Glorious Gaming, and yeah, this is really all about finding how clean they can close this game out, or how quickly can Dan one-shot Dimdog. Let's see. That's going to be the ultimate, and it's about 2 seconds. Dan Styles is dominating.
Yeah, it's just dirty.
It's an absolute stomp. I think that's the word you're looking for. Glorious Gaming demonstrating their ability not only to scale, but also to build a lead and run with it. They haven't closed the game out yet, so I will hold on to the wording here. But I think anyone watching this game can agree that it's probably not too long until that also happens.
Yeah. Right now they are finishing up the Mountain Dragon. Don't really know why they are doing it. They should be just cracking up the base. At least take the Baron and end the game. Like, you don't have to play this by the book at this point. You are 13k up. Like, you're, like...
Yeah, and the Rusty Sniper, he's gonna get ulted, flashes out, still going to be knocked down by Fudemar Kalar, who's just tanking there under this tower. No one can deal any damage, pops this Stone Blade on top of it, and he just doesn't give a damn about anything that Lions Creed can do. Glorious Gaming, on top of 1 kill, are going to take down the first inhibitor tower, and moving for the inhib itself. Will they push for the base? Will they go for the Baron? That is remain to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, they should be able to just end the game right here. They don't have that many minions and it gets cleared out.
Yeah, Dimdog flashing out, still rooted. That is a lot of shields, which does eventually allow him to get out. Mental Nirvana looking to provide the DPS as best as he can. 2 items on the KL, still not where you want to be. Forcing that defensive purchase of the Phantom Dancer, as Glorious Gaming, they're just dancing in the base.
Yeah, like, 3 of their members just left the base, but the mid and ADC just stay there, and they cannot get punished at this point. Victor is 3.5 items if you count Mejai's as an item, as you should at this point. 40 stacks in it. There's just no stopping him. Level 16. I don't think anyone can walk up to him.
Okay, yeah, Bastard says, let me show you my ultimate.
Yeah.
As Dimdog ulted him with that shockwave.
I think his ultimate was a tiny bit stronger.
Tiny bit, yeah. I think that's accurate. So, Glorious Gaming, 2 inhibitors down. They are wanting to move for the third one, and they haven't made any mistakes yet. At this point, I think even if they make mistakes, it's just so difficult to punish them. You saw Bastard, he's overextending with basically no health. The shockwave fails to kill him. He just heals himself back to 2/3 of his health. It is genuinely disgusting, but at the same time beautiful. And there goes the Cataclysm. Let's see. Rusty Sniper and Seku both standing no chance against the Chaos Storm. That's a decent cast from Lone Wolf, but double kill nevertheless. Bastard falls down to Rusty Sniper. Triple kill being picked up by Dan Stouts. Can he find the pentakill? Maybe. Are they going to be looking for it? Dan Stouts is definitely strong enough. The shockwave got his all of damage. Big shutdown picked up by Mental Nirvana. He goes in and gets slapped down by Checker DC. Lions Creek with 2 kills may have bought themselves a few extra seconds.
Yeah, exactly. A few extra seconds. I would have liked to see Glorious Gaming close out this game cleanly, but instead they went for the fast approach. They went for the dive. They lost a few members, but they get the last inhibitor.
Actually, yeah, I don't think Glorious Gaming ended the game here. There is still one last push, and this is actually where those kills start becoming relevant, because that was a big shutdown donated to Mental Nirvana. When Dan Styles died, you can see he's working towards... That is going to be an Infinity Edge, right? I'm not, too hot on KO builds, but it is still going to be a big boost to whatever he's building.
Yeah, I think he's going for the crit Kale for some reason. I'm pretty sure the on-hit AP build is a lot stronger right now, but again, I'm not completely sure about that. But let me give you a counterpoint on the fact that Lions Creed might be coming back. There's a 14k gold lead on Glorious Gaming, even after those shutdowns. Victor just purchased a Rabadon's death cap. Everyone is just swimming on items. Soraka just said, I'm not going to buy any more support items. This game is over. Let me just buy some parts for my Rabadon so I can farm up some damage dealt. I think the rest of this game is just about that. Glorious Gaming farming damage dealt stats.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, you have a point, to be fair. It's just... Yeah, I mean, I agree. Glorious Gaming, they are unstoppable. That was just the one hiccup. If somehow it keeps repeating, then that is literally the only way in which Lions Creed can win this game. But yeah, it's just not going to be to keep repeating, because Lone Wolf gets absolutely destroyed in his own jungle.
Yeah, like, even though we said that Lions Creed have scaling on their side, but Glorious Gaming has Victor. Like, you see what these lasers are doing!
Yeah, the death rate just decimates the health bars of Lions Creed as the final push finally comes out from Glorious Gaming. They say no more games, no more chances, no more deaths. 25-3, a massive goal lead. Glorious Gaming commanding control. They dismantle Lions Creed as they push themselves to 2 wins and 1 loss.
I would have wanted this game to be a bit more cleaner. It took them 28 minutes to close out this game. They had a huge lead already at, was it 12 minutes? So I would have hoped to see the game end a bit earlier, but they did close it out pretty cleanly. They only had 3 deaths. Victor actually got to ruin his KDA. He died twice in this game. So he could have had the 19 KDA, but it's only 9.5 right now.
Only. Yeah,
only.
The damage is kind of speaking for itself. I think it tells you basically the story of this game as Glorious Gaming. I just can't help but be impressed with this team. The turnaround already that they managed to do in the first 2 weeks compared with what we've seen from them. They can play scaling. They can snowball games now, it looks like. Really, we're just waiting to see a team that will, challenge them properly, which I guess they are playing Sparks later on today. So that is going to be a match that I actually really am looking forward to be fair.
Yeah, Sparks is one of our favorites in the league right now. And Glorious Gaming did not look bad today. So that should be a game to watch out.
Yeah, to be completely fair. And, well, I think it comes to the hard topic of who do we name the MVP of this game?
Even though I would want to give it to every single member of this team except for Nia, I'm sorry, but some of those hooks were not that great. Even though you had a great KDA, you farmed pretty well on the Nautilus. But I have to give it to this Victor. He was just winning his lane hard. He was just taking these team fights under his control. He was getting these picks onto the Kale, even though the game was kind of over at this point, but he kept getting more and more for his team.
Right, and I have to agree with you. Dan Styles was, the person who, in the early game, he was always there in the fights. He was always there to make the difference. And I think he was, probably one of the major reasons why that snowball started in the first place. And yeah, I'm glad we agree on this one, to be completely honest. Because even though, in a stomp, it's really hard to name the standout person. But I think looking back at the very early stages of the game, it's pretty clear that Dan Styles was, the one who sort of initiated the snowball.
Yeah, definitely agree on these points.
All right. However, I believe that we will be going over to an interview. Are we ready? Do you know? Okay. Hold on. What? Okay. Yeah. Anyways, I'm trolling. We'll just go to a break. Then we'll have an interview, and then we'll be back. So don't worry, guys. We've all got it covered.
Hello, everybody. I am Vasard, bringing you an interview with a top laner of Glorious Gaming, Bastard. After that quite convincing victory, how are you feeling after that one?
Well, I felt already confident after the draft. We got a lot of comfort picks. I personally think Soraka is very strong. A lot of LEC teams don't even pick it yet, but I think it will be picked up. And well, we didn't make any mistakes. And even though they think they had a scaling comp, I'm pretty sure even if this game goes 70 minutes, we're gonna win it. So there was actually not a single moment where I thought this game was lost.
Well, that's actually something I wanted to ask you about because you mentioned that you feel that Soraka is very strong, and we saw it in a bit of LEC towards Spring Split, playing a lot of supports in the top lane. There was a few changes, a few nerfs, and things like that, and it kind of fell away. Why is it now that you think that this pick is valuable up on the top side of the map and can clearly work so well like you just showed?
Well, if you ask me, in general, the most OP role at the moment is support. All the items are way too overtuned and they almost have no money. So if you go 100 CS down with Soraka, you still got your two core items. And Chalice alone gives you like 180 healing on 5 champions. So it's actually disgusting. Most of it is other items. And that
So
top lane is not impactful.
it's just basically the gold efficiency on support items
Yeah.
at the minute.
And
Fair
that's just
enough.
range champions and top lanes, yeah, so you can be really safe.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, if we talk about Glorious Gaming as a whole a little bit more now, we saw you guys come in towards the end of SQ1's spring split and take a really good week in that competition. You've now come back as the main roster for the team, and so far it's been a really strong showing for you guys. Do you feel that you are a team that's going to be at the top of our contentions and pushing for, those playoff spots and potentially even finals?
Yeah, for sure. I would be really disappointed if we don't make playoffs. I don't really care what position we get into playoffs because then it's a completely new meta, and I think every team can beat every team. Although it will be probably best of 5 or best of 3, but still, I'm pretty confident if we make playoffs that we can go far.
Well, a good test of that is going to come later on today, actually. You guys are billed against Sparks for the final game of the day. I know me and you were talking just briefly before we went live about a few of your thoughts on them. They were the finalists from last split. How do you think they're looking so far after their first week, and do you think you have a decent shot at taking them down?
Well, they're for sure better than the team we just played. Just looking at their people introduced, they even got one challenger to Grandmasters. So it will be a challenge, but draft is also really important. Let's see what OP champs they ban, what they will give us, and I think after the draft, I'll be confident or not. But if we lose it, then we can prepare for when we meet them in playoffs.
Fairly balanced statement there. Nice to see, a bit of reasonable thinking from our teams, showing the respect that everyone deserves. But that is going to be it. Thank you for joining me. Don't go anywhere, everybody who's watching, because we have a short break, but then we are going to be bringing you Sparks versus Core Dynamic for our second game of the day. It's heavily favoured in Sparks by all of our analysts, everyone who is playing along with the predictions. So let's see if Core Dynamic can bring out a few surprises and potentially topple the favourites for game 2. Don't go anywhere. Nice.
Okay.
Girls with their nails done. 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 I think the girls with their nails done now. night that we live tonight. Let's ride till we're out of sight. So far, so they never fade down our halo. Oh, let it go. Oh, let it go. One moon to inspire these lines, one love to ignite our hearts, one song we'll be singing out loud. Oh, there's no stairway to the sky, but I believe it as a child. We'll fly, fly so I know they can't make us calm down. Oh, let it go. Oh, let it go.
We like to think we have some form of control still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What the does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
Welcome back after the break, everyone, to the second match of the day. We have Spark Esports go against Core Dynamic. It's still me and Omena bringing you the games, as last one was a stomp. This one, in theory, looks like one. What I'm going to be hoping for is for Core Dynamic to, maybe cause the upset, or at least make it a close game.
Yeah, let's see if they can actually pick up a jungler for VoDs that he can proficiently run, because the Silas last week did not look that good. So we are hoping something different for him this time.
Yeah, we are hoping for that indeed. But, just to bring in more context for this match, we mentioned before the first match that this is really all about cementing the expectations. And Sparks, they are definitely one of our top teams right now. Core Dynamic had the, misfortune of going 0-2 last week as well. So they can hopefully change that as we go into the picks and bans. And unsurprisingly, VoDs Ivern is going to be sitting this one out.
Yeah, on the blue side, we see Kassadin taken out alongside with Syndra, which is a more traditional ban. But Kassadin ban on the first rotation is a bit odd for me. I think the champion is pretty counterable.
Thresh actually going to be banned against Meki. That is pretty interesting. As core dynamic, they go for more or less the standard bans. It seems like, well, maybe Kassadin isn't the most standard. That would be targeted more towards Nafkela, but you have Aphelios and Syndra, both off. Nunu is open. I'm
Nunu
just going
is
to say that
open.
straight away.
Varus is open. There's actually quite a few power picks open right now. Wukong, Hecarim both are open. Volibear is super strong. We saw on the LEC yesterday that champion can wreak some havoc on the Rift. Also, there's quite a bit of
Ooh.
junglers open. And we see a Vladimir first pick.
It could be played by Lucker, you know?
Yeah.
He does play the champion.
Could go top lane, could go mid lane. I mean, could go bot lane as well, but let's not think about that one.
Yeah, possibly not. Let's see what Sparks respond. That is a champion I have not seen in a long time. Are they going pro draft again? I think they are, yeah.
It looks like that.
They have definitely gone for that.
Yeah. I think the draft is already done. They're just picking their own champions once again. And, well, we have a Vladimir versus Rice top lane matchup. Looks like an Olaf versus Trundle matchup. And let's see what we have on the mid lane matchup. I'm pretty surprised they didn't go for the Nunu pick, even though it was open for Vate. No, yeah.
Was it? Well, they could have left the jungle until the second rotation. Like, that's what we don't know. Ooh, Ezreal mid, though. That's interesting.
Okay.
I mean, I know that Lucker likes his, marks. Like, he does play the Varus. I've seen him play that in the past, in the mid. So, yeah. Oh, unless it's not pro draft. Like, okay, I'm still trying to think. This could be normal draft as well. It will be a bit interesting. I think this pick really, sells it to us.
It still
doesn't.
could be anything.
It still could be anything, yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah, like if
Did we get any confirmation anywhere?
I'm not sure about that, but if it is not pro draft, I'm extremely surprised by the events of these. They are picking Vladimir and Rice on the first rotation, but if it's pro draft, they have had to have some plan going on for this draft. They are banning a lot of supports out, so
yeah, that's the most curious draft I've ever seen. Not gonna lie, I'm actually excited to see what's going to be happening here. Huh.
Yeah, I'm just super scared to say anything at this point.
Yeah, as casters, we're supposed to know what's happening. I think when we have a previous game when teams have just pro drafted before, and now we see picks being, done in order of lanes where you would normally not, prioritize those picks as early. We're just being super confused right now, and I'm not even gonna hide it.
Yeah, I just want to point out there's 5 support bans in this meta, where there's not that many strong supports. So the Karma is open, of course.
Okay, wait,
that's taken away.
Okay, that's an actual draft then.
Maybe they drafted the pro draft in for the first rotation. Like, it seems super troll for me to pick Rice on blue one.
I'm gonna try and make sense of it. So you have to give me a helping hand. Is Rice good into Vladimir in the lane matchup?
In the lane matchup, yeah.
Okay, so Core Dynamic want to pick Vladimir first pick. That's just what they want to do. Core Dynamic, they're known for not necessarily sticking hard with the meta. Sparks Esports then see that Rice is open, so they're gonna go for Rice, and they say, okay, we're gonna match the Vladimir, and then they are picking their jungler. I think it's fairly, acceptable to pick jungler on the second rotation, and they just pick Trundle for whatever reason. And then Core Dynamic are just responding with an Olaf, because they want to match the jungler, and then looking for an AD carry, and since, Ezreal was open up until that point, they're just going to take that, and Sparks are responding with a Lucian that now could be flexed between mid lane and AD carry. I think that is how I'm making sense of this draft.
Yeah, it seems like it's not pro draft, so let's just take that away. Everyone forget we said anything about that. This is a normal draft. It's just incredibly interesting way of drafting. Like, so many power picks open and you go for Vladimir first pick. That's a bit questionable, but let's see if Core Dynamic can make that work. they have drafted quite a bit of like powerful picks. They have the Ezreal bot lane.
Mhm.
Bard is really good with Ezreal when Yumi is banned because Ezreal is a safe bot lane and you can actually stay on your lane without dying. So Bard can go and do just Bard things. You could just go and collect your chimes, get wards around the map, just look for plays with your jungler, maybe even gank mid lane, and your ADC is fine on that lane. And they have the Wukong top lane, even though it did get counterpicked, they got the Rise into the Vladimir. So on that side, Sparks has some strong picks on their
Mhm.
solo lanes. They also got the Trundle in the jungle, even though it kinda got counterpicked, but Trundle is still a strong overall pick with his pillar, his ultimate. He can just make one of these guys not have any resists this game.
Right, and I think Sparks really will want to be playing around this mid lane. And the reason is they saw the Vladimir, they immediately picked Rise. Like, no hesitation. It was so quick that, even we were fooled by that. And this tells me that Sparks have absolute faith that, whoever ends up playing this Rise, they will be able to win. So I actually expect them to put some priority towards the mid lane. Get Nafkala ahead, either for him to fight or to play through the team fights. But I really, really, really will need to keep my eyes on that because, like, they prioritized it so early on that they must have a game plan centered around it.
Yeah, definitely. Also, last week we saw Sparks Esports play 2 games. Both of them went to Dragon Soul. They went to Elder Dragon. So now they have a sub jungler. We have Kaltzas playing this time. So we're gonna have to see how he plays his jungle matchup. He does not have the upper hand against this Olaf, so he has to play it a bit careful, but we'll have to see if he's targeting those dragons as much as the previous jungler they played with last week, or maybe he's going for more of lane ganks, or because in theory he could go and farm his jungle, but if he does that, Olaf just does the same job, but 10 times better. So there's no real reason to go for that farming style. So I really want to see what he gets done in this game. He doesn't have the strongest lanes early on. Vladimir on the short lane can escape pretty easily with his W. And Wukong is just a slippery champion. He gets to go to stealth. He has a small dash now as well. And Mordekaiser most likely is going to push the lane. And in the bot lane, they have Bard who can just portal themselves out from the pit if they need to. And Ezreal is just a slippery champion to get. So I'm a bit worried for this Trundle. Like, he's not set up for success in this game.
Yeah, I definitely echo your concern. And even when you look at what Trundle normally does in team fights, he's the tank shredder. Okay, what tank are you going to be, taking the resists off? There isn't really anyone who is going to hard stack those, stats. Yeah, the Wukong is going to be slightly tanky. Olaf, if you really want to. And I guess Bard, now my producers tell me you can build some of magic and armor, but it's not going to be a lot. And so Colt says he doesn't really have that many options, and I would love to see him focus towards those dragons as Sparks. Last week, they actually didn't give up a single Drake. Like, they literally took every single one that was on the map, which is a pretty impressive record. And we will see if they can, of course, keep that up.
Yeah, and even though they are playing with a sub-jungler, not the original 5 that won the last week's games, they are playing against Core Dynamic, who are one of the, let's say, weaker teams on the league right now. And Sparks went 2-0 last week. They won against Split Raiders, last Split champions. So in theory, 4 out of 5 of these players should be still the same strong players who should be able to carry these games, even if Kaltzas is not set up for the success in this game.
However, I do have a counterpoint to this, and it's that Core Dynamic, last split, they have been the team that is basically the most unpredictable, at least according to me. This split, their team is largely the same, largely similar, and they have this way of just drafting, well, what we just saw, just throw everyone off, pick whatever you feel comfortable with, and somehow they manage to pull off those wins in those situations. I don't know if it's going to be enough against Sparks, because as we said, the week 1 expectations is that Sparks, they're coming in hot, they are contender for the number 1 team in Square 1, whereas Core Dynamic, they are still a wild card. Like, we don't know what to expect from them. They went 0-2, but if we learned anything last split, is that you can't count them out. Like, no matter how many losses this team has, they might just find a way through, and even though it wasn't enough, I think if Core Dynamic somehow managed to, throw a curveball towards Sparks, significant enough to throw them off. That is just a massive achievement to get done at week 2.
Yeah, and Sparks' draft this game is not the best in my opinion. So
Okay.
this should be the game that they have to try to get out. They went 0-2 on the first week, so they are already a bit behind on that one, even though playoffs are pretty easy to reach in this league since top 6 out of 8 go to playoffs. But still, those last 2 spots, they have to get some wins to be able to reach them.
Alright, as we are finally loaded onto the Rift, second game of the day, Core Dynamic against Sparks. We'll see what we'll get as both teams coming out. We'll see if there are any early game shenanigans. There's a stack of Sparks players moving together towards the top side.
Yeah, maybe they try to do something, but they are spotted out pretty easily. They drop a ward there. Maybe Olaf, he has the red trinket, so he's just waiting that Sparks members actually leave the area so they can get free XP. Hopefully he shares the XP with both the top and the mid laner, because if he does that, both of them get level 2 from the first wave, and that can throw off a lot of the enemies. If the Wukong actually hits level 2 before the Mordecai gets a nice all-in, he has the Ignite in his top lane, he could go for some incredibly good plays. But at the moment, can he even clear the ward?
I think they can, yeah.
They finally can, but I don't think Vladimir was close enough, so the XP goes just for the top and jungle. So Vladimir is not gonna enjoy that buff from the ward clearing that much.
Batman is still sitting in there.
Yeah, for some reason. Oh, we are getting told that Vladimir was actually close enough, so they did play it decently well. I just didn't notice that one. We see Olaf starting from the bot side, Trundle from the top side. They both get their red buffs. Olaf traditionally just wants to clear his jungle for the first 3 to 4 minutes. He's incredibly fast at doing that, and he even got a leash. So he's going to be set up for this game pretty well. Trundle instead, just takes the red buff and goes towards the bot side. Maybe he wants to do something with the strong bot side.
Yeah, Reed, thank you. Alright, I mean, we didn't miss much. It is still the early game. But actually, you can see Coltis pathing down in towards the bot lane. Could he be looking for anything, around the bot lane, since Desmond is playing Illusion? That is an early game champ that you want to be funneling as many kills as possible into. So really the question is, like I said, mid lane, but could Sparks maybe even look towards the bot lane?
Yeah, they probably could. I think they are pushing way too much right now, so they have to wait for the bounce back. But if they play it correctly, they can do something about this. And we see Ryze just pushing in hard. This is why the matchup is good for Ryze. Early on, Vladimir has no wave clear, and you have all the control. He's already basing. I think he's getting tier already. No, he did not get his tier, but he based for some reason. And
yeah, Meki is gonna get ignited, burns the flash, and exhaust as well. So Desmond guarding you, really playing that matchup well. I'm curious about the Nafkala recall. I think he just wanted to shove the lane in, get some extra mana, and walk back into lane. Like, that seems to be the case.
Yeah, and we see the Trundle coming to bot lane.
There is the bot lane gang. Meki still somehow surviving. Is gonna get rooted on first blood. Picked up by Deswin.
Yeah, I mean, they burned both of the summoners. They got the flash out, they got the exhaust down. Just call the jungler and get the kill. And we see Ryze DCing in the mid lane, and we have a bit of a SQ1 league pause for us to talk about this game. Ryze actually didn't miss that much. I think he missed 3 melee minions out of the 3 call, so it wasn't that optimal, but now he's back to full mana, has some extra mana items, just makes this lane a lot easier for him. He's going to be a bit down on the XP, but if he can use this extra mana, which means extra damage for Ryze as well, he can actually just maybe make this Vladimir, like, take down the TP earlier, or maybe even make him miss some of the XP. So the recall timing was actually pretty good, but not optimal.
Yeah, and now you can actually see Varte. He's very close to the mid lane. I do believe he's going to be looking for a gank as soon as that pulse is, going to come to an end, which means that Nafkala will be in a position where he will have to choose to either burn flash or, well, I mean, you don't really have a choice. You burn flash or you die. And so that is, that is going to be something that I really want to watch out for. But the gank happened in the bot lane. I feel like that is the most important thing that has happened so far. Colts somehow managed to find his way through, sneak behind Meki, and then give Desrim the kill, which now puts the Lucian at, that extra 400 gold.
Yeah, I wanna think that was planned all along because he did start from the red buff, patted towards the bot side, and the bot lane actually played out the lane pretty well. I think they crashed the second wave, let it bounce back, and they got a flash out of the bard, and then immediately made the bot play after that. So if it was planned, all kudos to them. That was really well executed from them. But
And
also on top of that, another point I want to talk about is the top lane. Wukong is just smashing that right now. He has the ignite kill pressure. The enemy top laner Mordekaiser, bad buy, has had to give up some CS. He has the wave crashing in under his tower and has to spend a TP already. He did also start with the door answering for some reason in this matchup. I think you could have gone for the D shield for some extra sustain on the lane because you are taking some bad trades on this lane constantly. So now he has to waste a lot of money either on the refillable or just more potions just to survive this lane. And he doesn't have that much gold when he backed with the 14 minions he has gathered in the 3.5 minutes.
That is very true. And yeah, really good look for core dynamic in that top lane. Taui being put on that Wukong, and Taui really is, or in general, both of the solo laners on core dynamic are a bit of interesting players, at least for me, because Laka, first of all, I think he's a really damn solid mid laner, personally. He has, had his moments of success, but it often doesn't come to fruition in terms of getting the wins. On the other hand, Taui, he always seems to be doing well within the laning phase, or well, not always, but often seems to be doing well within the laning phase, and then something just happens. So seeing him get the early lead against Bad Pie isn't really so much of a surprise to me. What I want to see is him either transition that lead into an actual snowball, or probably Rome, but since you chose the Ignite, I think we know what he's going for.
Yeah, he wants to lane Kingdom this top lane. He did get counter-picked, so I hope Bad Boy has a plan for this lane. Most likely he's gonna go for the Seekers Vanguard Ninja Tabai build, which is going to be not that fun for the Wukong to deal with. But he does have the Ignite, and if he gets far ahead, that he can get his items before those armor items for the Mordekaiser come online. Maybe they can even manage to dive the Mordekaiser before anything too bad happens for them.
Alright, we are still in the pause, reaching the 5th minute mark, so just hopefully waiting for Nafkala to come back any moment soon. That will be pretty useful. Thank you very much. I don't suppose we know what the first dragon is actually of the game. At least, yeah, we don't see that information.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
unfortunately,
think.
but yeah, we don't know at the moment how long is the pause going to last, so go and fill your drinks right now before the action continues. In the first 3 minutes, we already saw first blood on this game, so I hope this game is going to be some action-filled.
Yeah, that is definitely the hope. Actually, something that I am going to be curious about. Usually, when Ezreal is picked, the power comes from the fact that you pair him up with an enchanter, preferably Yumi. And then man just doesn't die. However, this game, Meki is going to be playing Bard, which means that if he doesn't actually get the plays early on, then you are going to be losing power. So Core Dynamic I'm not saying they're playing on a time bomb, but they are playing on a condition of actually managing to build some leads and make some plays with the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, Core Dynamic is relying on the Ezreal to reach his 2 items power spike eventually. And the Bard just pretty much wants to roam this whole game. He wants to help his other lanes. He wants to set up vision so his bot laner doesn't get Doven. And right now he died on lane. He's level 2. His Ezreal has to give up some farm. So this lane is definitely not going well for them. And especially they are playing against the Karma. I was pretty surprised the Karma wasn't banned. It has been pretty much pick or ban in LEC, LCK, LPL right now. They are flexing it on both solo lanes, on the bot lane, maybe even on the ADC position. But Karma is pretty strong of a pick right now, alongside with other enchanters. But Karma is on top of that a pretty good lane bully. And even in the mid game, the Mantra Q does hurt quite a bit.
Yeah, that is very true. As we still don't have any information in real time, that is. So this pause is going to be at least 3 more minutes on this stream. So yeah, guys, we're going to be in for a pretty long one. So, Omena, what could we be talking about? I don't know, hit me up with something. Okay, our producer is just asking a question to Omena, which...
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna ignore that one.
Yeah, you should, yeah.
I definitely should. But at the moment, the pause, I don't know this game. I don't think we can talk that much about this game more. It's only
just
3.5.
said anything, you know?
Yeah,
like it's
3.5
story
minutes
time.
in. Story time. I don't think I have any stories to be told.
What do you mean? Do you not have any interesting Summoner's Rift experiences in the past 2 days?
I try to avoid the Summoner's Rift experience. I prefer the Howling Abyss experience.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, that is very true. By the way, if anyone here is playing ARAMs, I think Omena has some very good strategy for you.
I don't think I have that many good strategies, but I think we are going for a small break right now until we get more information about the game state, about Nafkela's rise, where can he come back and give us this gameplay we have been waiting for now 8 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see you after the short break then. Hopefully, not that long.
These brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Cold, these brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. Cold, these brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta ride or die. These brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Cold, these brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice.
Alright, we are back. I really don't know what to expect in this, especially that we have no confirmation whether Nafkela is back or not. But the game has... Okay, so it is going to be a temporary 4v5.
Yeah, that is a bit awkward for Sparks at the moment.
Yes.
Like, playing a 4v5 is never optimal. I wonder if they're gonna put Karma in the mid lane to gather some of that XP and gold instead. To like, at the moment the Trundle is just sitting there grabbing some of the CS, but he has the jungle item. It is not the best farm for him at the moment. But Karma is just running towards the bot lane, so I guess they are fine with Trundle. At least for now he's getting the full gold from his jungle item. I'm not completely sure at what point does it trigger that he gets like half gold or he loses like 10 gold per minion. And
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that after some point you get like 1 gold per caster minion, so it gets pretty rough after a while.
Yeah, it definitely does, and really unfortunate situation for Sparks. I believe the reason is that they have used up, all of their pulse time, and well, there isn't really too much you can do after that. And we're just hoping that Nafkela will be able to reconnect as soon as possible. But for the time being, Core Dynamic have the advantage based on, let's say, just the current situation.
Yeah, at the moment they still have a losing bot lane, but they have the jungler actually freed up to do almost anything on the map since they have absolutely no mid prio since he's AFK at this point. And
Oh,
we
yeah, he's
actually
back.
see the reconnection coming in. He has the TP, he can bite the tier, maybe he gets back to this lane in time and can finally gather up some XP to get out of that level 3. He is not TPing, but he's didn't even bite the tier for some reason.
Well, maybe he didn't actually AFK for enough gold, to be
No,
fair.
he did buy boost,
And-
so... But...
Yeah.
Ooh, okay,
Okay.
that's a solo kill.
Yep, Tavi just solo killed Bad Pie anyways, focusing back on the game. Varte is trying to make a gank in the bottom, but it's just getting slapped by Desrim. So, just to recap, Tavi just solo killed Bad Pie. That is pretty big for a Wukong with Ignite to snowball. But Nafkala returned to lane after missing, I don't know, that wasn't too many waves. So it's not going to be a, let's say, super bad situation for Sparks. I'm trying to think of a really nice adjective, but I just can't.
Yeah, he went from 18 to 18 CS to being 30 CS down, so he did miss quite a few waves, but I think there's some catch-up XP mechanic, or at least he doesn't need as much XP to level up, so he should be able to catch up at least in the terms of XP eventually. And now Sparks is going for the dragon. They are forcing the enemies out of their lane, they force the Olaf flash out, and now they continue the dragon streak, even with a different jungler.
Yeah, I think Sparks might just have something for the Dragons, because they just secured the first Drake of the third game. They haven't given up a single objective. I really wonder actually how long we can keep this going. I would really, I know I'm going to be tracking that. I don't know how many other casters are on board with me, but if we can call out the first dragon that Sparks loses and see how late in the split that comes, that'd be just great.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Maybe even in this game. Cannot be sure.
Maybe. We don't know.
Yeah. Right now, though, it is 7 minutes into the clock, 1 minute until the Herald spawns, and at the moment, Sparks bot lane is miles ahead. I would hope that they would crash in this wave, or the next wave together, take a recall, and actually go for that Herald play. Because Trundle right now, he is even in farm because he actually got to pick up some of that farm in mid lane, and Olaf is just getting slapped around in the enemy jungle right now.
Varte popping the Ragnarok, and that's the flash over the wall from Coltsis, and Varte has overextended and is going to pay for it with his life as Bad Pie picks up that kill.
Yeah, I was just about how they continue to play in the bot lane.
Meki escapes with that magical journey through the tower, heals up a bit, and it's going to be fine for the time being, but you can see that Quadra and Meki not really having fun there.
Yeah. How much do you think Tao is flaming his jungler right now? He got a solo kill in the top lane matchup. He has the upper hand. He, just slapping this Mordekaiser around. And then his jungler goes up and donates a red buff, donates a free kill for his top lane matchup.
Well,
that has to feel pretty bad for him.
Well, I mean, given that they are playing on a team for quite a while, I don't think he's flaming Varte, but I think it definitely is a major Fields Batman moment, but he's looking to catch up onto it. First Cyclone comes out, there is the second, and Bad Pie is not having a good time. Taui solo kills him yet again.
I don't want to sound rude, but that was either extremely good from Taui or just straight up, incredibly bad from Bad Pie. I'm pretty sure he tried to ult the clone. The ult is on cooldown and he did not go for the death round.
Yeah, no, he definitely ulted the clone. I think he might have ulted the moment Taui used the clone. So I wouldn't really put too much, blame onto Bad Pie. Yes, it was a suboptimal use of the ultimate, but depending on how long after Taui stopped moving he used that, it could be acceptable.
Yeah, it's just... Yeah,
Hold
we
on,
see
we
some fighting
see
in the
a
mid
fight
lane,
there.
but...
Yeah, Lucker is dropping low. Nafkala really using that blue buff to its fullest advantage.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see a replay of this fight. And Bad Boy, let's see when he casts the ultimate. Yeah, it was a pretty good use of the W from Taui,
Yeah.
but I think it was expected. Like, either use it early on because your ultimate actually gives you 10% of the enemy stats, including health, damage, all of that jazz. So you want to use it as early in the fight as you can. And missing that, you're missing a lot of stats, you're missing a lot of health from the duel, and you just end up dying to this Wukong who already had a kill. You even donated the red buff back to his team.
Yeah, I'm more leaning towards that being a Taui outplay, but I think that we're ready to leave that play behind, mostly because Coltis is now in bot lane, looking to take advantage of that build with their Cutlass that is now completed for Desrim. Varte has got the Herald. He is sticking around the bot lane, which, kind of sad given how you said there was the opportunity for Sparks to rotate their bot lane and pick up the objective, but maybe the solo kill onto Bad Pie nullified it.
Yeah, Olaf actually got the objective already, so it is now too late, but they did have the moment to go for that one, but now they are fighting in the bot lane.
Oh, the pillar just is beautiful! Desmond picks up the kill onto Meki as he had absolutely no chance to get out of there, not without your flash.
Yeah, I did not believe he could pull off that gank that well, but the pillar just completely cocksbarred. Has to stay into the Karma W, and they are going for more.
Quadra is going to be rooted. Actually, no, because the flash is going to be committed. So it's a flash burned from the ADK of Core Dynamic. But look at what Varte is doing on the other side of the map. He is investing in towers. He gets a lot of gold onto Taui, and the cards are shown by Core Dynamic. They want to play through the top lane.
Yeah, this is just 2 games. Oh, Gardinger is going low in this fight.
He definitely is. Desert flashes in for Quadra and finishes him off with the calling. Meki, can he make it out? Magical Journey over the wall. No one from Sparks is going to take it, so he's going to be fine.
Ooh, Bad Boy just barely keeps the tower from getting hit by that Herald. And while they are investing in the top side of the map, Sparks Esports, what a surprise, going for the dragon play instead.
They still want to keep those Dragon Nafkill under the tower. Can he finish off the kill? No! Lucker manages to survive on a slither of hell before taking him down.
He is not happy about that DC. If he was 1 level up, Vladimir would have died, definitely. Like, that was so close to being an incredibly nice solo kill. I think he knew that Lucker's W was down or something and decided to go for the play, but just missing a sliver of damage, and Lucker ends up getting the solo kill back under his own tower.
And that is definition of unlucky.
that really is.
Because the plane from Nafkala, it seemed clean. He literally missed. I don't know, probably could have been 1 health. It looked like that definitely Quadra. He doesn't have the flash, remember that. Guarding you just slaps him into the ground. Sit down, he says, get back to the fountain. 3-0-1 now, Desrim. 4 kills in that bot lane alone. Sparks themselves also know where they want to be playing. I think this is one of those games where we split it halfway down the Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, definitely. The gold is pretty much even at this point, but it is clearly 2 different playstyles working against each other. Sparks is going for that bot playstyle, Desrim is just hugely ahead, while in the top side, Wukong is like as much ahead as Lucian is against the Ezreal. Probably not as much, but we'll see how fed he is.
Is basically down. Double Cyclone knock up again. Taui picks up the kill. Can he find a second? He's gonna get rooted up. Yes, he can. Solo double kill picked up by Taui. Yeah, Core Dynamic, they aren't gonna let this game go. They are going to push through against Sparks themselves.
I am so happy that Taui realized that he needs to take his lead to this bot lane. The bot lane, Quadro Murky right now, they cannot play this game. All they can do is farm under their own tower. So they know that this Sparks bot lane is overextending. So he just comes around and slaps the Rise and Calm out of Summoner's Rift.
Varte now potentially caught out in the jungle. That is a lot of damage. Desrim goes on a rampage, and Lucker looking for Nafkala. He already popped the Hemo Plague. That is not looking good. Rooted in place. Bad Pie is over the wall, and I think Lucker's down. Is Nafkala able to pick up his revenge?
Yeah, I think he got a little bit too cocky out of the last dive. Thought, yeah, I can probably kill this guy. Oh, there's 3 of them. Maybe I should not be in here.
Just maybe. As
Yeah.
let's take a look at where we are in terms of this game. So Desrim and Guarding You, they are the powerhouse right now for Sparks. But what I really also love is how Colts is on that Trundle. He's just playing, perfect assistance to them. The pillars have been on point. And on the other side, Core Dynamic, I don't see really anyone else being strong apart from Taui. Yes, Lucker has 1 kill, but, it's really the death cap where Vladimir becomes that monster.
Yeah, and right now we saw on the side lane, why is Tao so strong? He's not going for the dive. Maybe he got
He's
a
going
warning
for
ult.
Bad Pie? No, he is not, and Colts is here with the pillar. Surprise, he says, as Desert and Guarding You are coming to give him a present and a big shutdown over to Colts.
Yeah, this is the definition of rage splitting. Your team is not doing that well. You have all the kills. You want to make that lead even more for yourself. You don't want to just sit down and see your team lose. And then something happens in the communication. It is not done so well or something. And he just gets like 4v1 in the top lane. He made it close, but did end up giving a huge shutdown for the Trundle.
And I think the communications is definitely what lacked here, because you'd think when there are 4 members of Sparks in the top lane, Core Dynamic are going to get something else. But they don't even have priority bot.
Yeah, you really would think that, but as someone who has some experience playing in these teams, like, it just doesn't happen most of the time for some reason. And again we see that happening in here, that the communication does not come through, they don't get anything else on the map, and they just end up giving up like 1k extra gold in the pockets of Sparks, who are at the moment enjoying the lead pretty nicely. The dragon is coming up in 30 seconds. We didn't speak of much of this, but it is a mountain soul. They already have the 2 dragons on their pockets. So now they are looking to secure the 3rd one and possibly going for the 4th one. It would be a soul around 22 minutes if they can secure these 2 dragons pretty quickly.
Sparks are setting up the vision control around the objective as well. So far, Core Dynamic have managed to find a foothold in their jungle, which is really, really good for them, because you cannot afford to be caught out. Taui is actually sweeping Sparks away from this dragon. Flash force from Colt says Core Dynamic have got the initiative on the Drake. Can they translate into an objective? No Ragnarok anymore from Barty Quadra. He's completely out of position. You just can't be there. Narrowly manages to survive. Taui is going to get pulled in the realm of death. Lacker on the front line, trying to find the DPS, trying to find the sustain. Taui still the one Cyclone knock-up coming through. Nafkala finds the first kill onto the Taui, but Core Dynamic are responding. Lacker in the backside. He's getting low. Varty on the front line, taken down by Desrim, and it's the cleanup from him on that Lucian. Triple kill already, and Meki is running the hell away. Can he get out from Nafkala? The answer seems to be no. Good flash over the wall though, and Sparks find the team fight 4-4-2, maybe even the 5th one, and the dragon on top of that.
Yeah, that was just so well played from Bad Pie. This time he didn't hit the clone, he actually got the real Wukong. Wukong just had to use a lot of his abilities in the Death Realm onto only one target. So when he came out of there, he was just done. He was so low, and he's the only one fed in the team. Even though the Vladimir got a huge ultimate there, it just wasn't enough. Desrim did not get hit in that fight, and Desrim is the fed one on Sparks' side. So he just ends up cleaning up this fight.
2 items now as well, and really the question that I want to be asking is, where did it all go wrong for Core Dynamic in this replay?
Yeah, I think Taui just cannot get hit by that ultimate. Like right here, he does not get to use his clone in time, I think.
Yeah,
he is in the Death Realm. He is just fighting, using pretty much everything on this Mordekaiser, and Desrim is not touched. He gets exhausted by the Bard, but it's just not enough. No one is targeting him. They are targeting this Ryze, who was DC'd for a good minute or 2 in the early game, and Desrim just gets to clean up this fight. They get the dragon, they are on their way to the soul. Not a single dragon given up on this split yet.
We're still keeping this going. 4 minutes until the next one, of course, but Yeah, I think when I saw that engage with this Cyclone knockup into the Hemoplague, I thought, right, this is where Core Dynamic are going to turn it around. But Desrim wasn't hit by either of those abilities. And you really, really need to make sure he dies. If Core Dynamic wants to win, Desrim must die. It's as simple as that. And if he doesn't die, then Core Dynamic don't win.
Yeah, and right now Desrim is so fed. He's level 12 at the moment. He is almost the same level as Wukong. He was the same level as Wukong about a second ago, but right now he's same level as the enemy mid laner. He is really hard to kill. He has the Karma, who can just shield him. Mantra shield is just huge at this point of the game, and it is just hard to target this slippery Lucian.
You can see the gold. I'd say the lead is significant in the AD carry position. I think you'd like to agree with me.
Yeah, the gold lead for the top side though, Core Dynamic has pretty sizable lead. That's almost 3k. That's like about a full item lead on the top side as well. But
Right,
at the moment, Lucian is just so much stronger.
And the second problem is Taui will never get to 1v1 lane against Bad Pie. Sparks just aren't letting that happen. You can see Colossus is there, which, on one side you are draining resources. That's a shutdown Desrim! Why were you there?
That's 1000 gold for Guadra. He just, Israel wants to get that 2-item power spike. At that point he should have almost max CDR. He should be able to start slapping the opponents even before team fights. They should start hurting quite a bit. And he just gets gifted 1000 gold.
Yeah, very interesting. He completes the Iceborne Gauntlet, so it's not like the damage discrepancy. Desrim isn't going to one-shot Quadra anymore. And it's all thanks to... Did he face shift the push? Okay, no.
He did, but... why does he?
That was just greedy.
That's just a brain fart, honestly. I don't think anyone should be doing that in these games, but it just happened. We can move on from that one. Back to the Ezreal bit. He's going for the Iceborne Gauntlet build. Next up is going to be Death's Dance for him, and he's going to be incredibly hard to kill at that point. Death's Dance, in the other hand, is an extremely expensive item. He's level 10 right now. He still cannot really contest because he did go for the Iceborne build. He's not going to be that much damage. This is going to be incredibly annoying.
You have to imagine next Drake. It's going to be the soul point for Sparks, and really, Mountain Soul, I feel like not the worst one if you're Core Dynamic, but it's still a soul that you don't want to be giving up. Navkala blows up Lockhart there, and where he's standing, and now trying to take the Realm Orb successfully out. Mission accomplished, and he gets out as well.
I cannot believe he bursted Vladimir down that fast. Vladimir at this point of the game should be able to do something to Rise. I don't think the 1v1 goes into his favor, but he should not die like that. Where was the double V? Where was any of the spells? I think he even had a flash up. Maybe he just didn't expect that, because neither did we.
Yeah, I think that is a fair assessment. But Navkala is 2 items. You can see that he has stacked up the, Seraph's Embrace, and he is only 2 stacks away from a fully completed Rod of Ages. That is pretty good, if you ask me. If you're Rise, that is where you want to be at this point in the game. And Lockhart just simply didn't expect that, and it led to his demise as the next Dragon up in 12. Sparks have got priority mid.
Yeah, they have priority in mid, priority in top lane. Mordekaiser is running here before the Vladimir. Vladimir has TP, and he is coming with the TP, but he's not getting a flank or anything.
Yeah, he just wants to make sure he's in the fight. That being said, he might actually be able to catch off Desrim, calls the plan off, and now he's the one being completely out from his team. Exhaust down onto Navkala. He's gonna go golden. Stopwatch is popped already. Keep your eyes on Desrim. Navkala is going to flash away. Desrim in the backline, still keeping the shots coming one after another. The DPS just lands, but now they have to run away because Backpie is down, and it actually was in favor of Core Dynamic. Desrim couldn't hit the targets.
That is the first dragon they are going to lose on this split. And it was at a soul point. The last 2 games they went for the soul, they went for the elder, but this time they lose the dragon. They lost the dragon fight. I don't think they got an ultimate in time into Taui with the Bad Pie's ultimate. But this time it was not good for Sparks. I think they even exhausted the clone by accident. And Desrim, after burning his ultimate early into the fight, just could not do enough damage. He's a low range ADC, and the opponents are being a bit too strong at this point for his taste.
Yeah, and I'm willing to rework my conjecture. If Desrim doesn't die, then Core Dynamic can still win the fights, and we get to now see here why exactly.
Yeah, we even see the Bard ultimate miss. They get to Lucker, which is a good thing for Sparks, but they use the Desrim's ultimate. Rice gets caught, has to use a lot of stuff, and now Taui gets ulted by Bad Boy, but it is too late. They use the exhaust on the clone, and Desrim just does not want to get into this fight. The enemy bot lane was just too healthy at that point. He knows that Ezreal won't die to one of his combos. So he has to step down and they lose the dragon.
And the sustain for Core Dynamic, I feel like, well, just the ability to rotate whoever is tanking the damage is what won them the fight. You look at Sparks, there are only two people who can ever really afford to take significant damage, that's Bad Boy and Colsis. If they either die or get low enough, there's no one else to take the damage. Because Navkala, Desrim, and guarding you, they can't afford to get taken low in a team fight. Whereas Core Dynamic, they can just rotate. Vladimir will heal up. Quadra has Conqueror, he will also heal up. Taui is playing a goddamn Wukong, we all know how much he heals. And this team comp is just working well if they can rotate the front line. Just like they did in this team fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ezreal is going for the Blade of the Ruined King. Maybe he thinks he needs a bit more damage onto the tanks on Spark's side, but I just don't like this build.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it works. That's all I can say. No, theory crafting is one thing, but then on the Rift, we get proven wrong all the time. So I'll let him complete the item first, and then we can assess how it works later. The one thing I can say, though, is, boy, look at those wards from Core Dynamic in the top side. Like, that's actually beautiful.
Yeah, and they truly have taken back control of this game. They lost it at the early game, even though the Rice was AFK in the early game, and they had some control in there, but they were still on the back foot a bit. But right now, Wukong in these teamfights, combined with the Vladimir has 2.5 items on top of those CDR items on his inventory. He's going for the Rabadon third item. He's just going to be insanely strong, even though Rice is a better mid lane champion in the isolated 1v1. But Vladimir can just burst down the whole enemy comp. Even though guarding you has the Mantra Shield, I don't think it's going to be enough. Vladimir is hitting 16 soon, Wukong is hitting 16 soon, and there's just too much AoE coming down from Core Dynamic's side.
So how do Sparks win this game then? And that's my next question to you. What are they going to do if in team fights it starts to look worse and worse?
I think right now it comes to Bad Boy. He has to get an early ultimate onto the Wukong, and they have to target someone. It is going to be extremely hard because the targeted champions they have to target. Ezreal is incredibly tanky. Vladimir has these movement speed abilities on his items right now. He can dodge out a lot of damage, a lot of abilities with his double view. So it just comes down to teamfight execution. It is not going to be easy, especially when your most fed members, you have Lucian, you have Rice, both are low range ADCs. They do not want to get close to these Wukong and Vladimir. Like, Wukong can just immediately as Lucian is on out attack range, Wukong can use his jump, can use his ultimate. Immediately as Lucian is on out attack range to the Vladimir, he gets hit by Vladimir's combo.
Yeah, things aren't looking great. However, next soul point up for Sparks. Can they grab this one up in 40 seconds? You see, that is Navkala in the top lane, looking to maybe catch out Lucker. Yeah, no, it's just not going to happen. Lucker learned his lesson, it seems like, from that one time in the bot lane.
Yeah, they both have their TPs up, but right now I think Rice is going for base. He wants to buy something. He bought 2 pink wards. That is great. If you look at the inventories of Sparks members, that is just a beautiful sight. There's so many pink wards. I think that's 7 in total. So they can get vision control well in their hands, but then the teamfight execution is another thing. How are they going to do this? Right now, Taui is finally level 16. He has 3 items. Like, what are they going to do?
Well, right now the dance commences. You can see both teams trading blows over that one control word in the pixel brush. The calling is gonna come out. Desrim chunking Quadra down a bit low. Lucker, he's finally going in. He senses the opportunity, and Desrim is forced out of the fight. Towie in the backline. He's not to guarding him, but Lucker, he's dead. Backplay manages to take him down. So is Desrim shut down by Towie, and can Core Dynamic win this team fight? Quadra on that Ezreal. He's kiting Backplay, who has to go golden. Colts is still doing damage, still doing work. Nice stand there from Meki. This team fight is just all over the place because Nafkula picks up a double, and now he railroads straight into Quadra, takes him down for the triple. It's Sparks coming out on top, and it's going to be Sparks taking the Mountain Soul.
I guess that's how they win the team fight. Desrim was heavily targeted by this Vladimir. Vladimir just flash ultimates immediately as he gets a chance. Doesn't exactly one-shot him immediately. So Wukong has to now commit to him as well. So now you have this Fed Rice, who just hit level 16, which is a huge spike for him nowadays with the ultimate. And you just shred through all of these people. They don't have nearly enough resistances.
Lucker has TP. I really wonder if he wants to go for a risky play. I don't think he should. Personally, I just love to see it. He decides not to. Well, I mean, I know they don't see the Baron, but I mean, what else could they be doing, you know? What else could Sparks be doing in this situation? I don't think there's any doubt. Finally, see the Core Dynamic get a confirmation, and the Baron is gone. Sparks, one team fight, they're back in the lead and back in control.
Yeah, as much as we were talking how hard these teamfights are going to play out for them, now they have the Soul, they have the Mountain Soul, they have the Baron buff. Desrim is actually building defensive items now, so he's not going to get one shot. I think Death Dance, even though it's an offensive item, gives 50 AD, gives a lot of lifesteal, but just the fact that you don't get one shot, it delays the one shot. You can lifesteal, you can get shielded by the Karma. And it gives you both resistances, which you need against this comp. It's a perfect item for Lucian right now.
We get another replay. Thank you very much, Reed. That is the team fight, and there's a lot to break down, because when Lucker goes in, I thought this might be over.
Yeah, it looked really doomed, but I think Vladimir just got rooted there. He doesn't get that deep, so Wukong has to go there alone. He gets to kill Desrim out of there, but at the moment Rice is just untouched. Rice is over the wall alone with Lucian, and somehow just all of the, like, Wukong died, I'm not even sure where he died, and Vladimir died as well. So the teamfight is just won for them.
I think it was the fact that Nafkala, he just managed to get over the wall. No one could reach him, even if they tried, and he just kept unloading free damage. Well, talking about Nafkala, he's gonna get caught out by the Tempered Fade. Do they have the lockdown? Ooh, that's Zolius from Nafkala. He managed to dodge the crowd control. Can he run out? He has so much DPS. Just look at Lucker herself. He's healing back up. Varty in the front line, nearly taken down. Can anyone finish the kill? Look at Lucker. Nafkala is godlike, and Lucker is down. Core Dynamic lose their first member, and their major carry in the teamfights. Can they still pull through? They are nearly going to lose that inhibitor tower.
Yeah, Rice has TP up, he recalled, he's TPing for the bot lane. They are looking to crack this whole base down. Apart from the mid lane, they are looking for the side lanes at least.
Their Lucker is not there, which means that Sparks, they have free reign. They don't even need to take the full team fight. They can just pick apart Core Dynamic, which is what they have done this game. There were moments of doubt. There were moments where it looked like maybe Core Dynamic can get the upset, but at the end of the day, Sparks, they show why they are the favorites in this split, as it wasn't really clean all the way, but it was as clean as it needed to be. Sparks defeat Core Dynamic.
Yeah, I was definitely doubting the game for Sparks at that point, but eventually they continue their streak. They get another soul for themselves. They did lose one dragon at the process, but they did get the soul, so at least we can keep that point going for, that they have taken in all 3 games the dragon soul for themselves.
Sparks dragon narratives. I mean, if there's one thing that we could be known for, I guess that's fair enough. You know, we can keep that going. But Jesus Christ, Nafkala actually stepped up so much later on in this game.
Yeah, and this guy was AFK in the laning phase. He fell down like 30 CS against this Vladimir, didn't even return to the lane back with a tier. And Vladimir, like, even though he was strong, he was so strong in these fights, dealt 8.9k damage. What happened?
I wish I could answer this question. I honestly don't know. I
Like,
think
I
it's the
know
fact
that
that
I
he,
know, yeah, I know that Rice was beating him on the side lane, but that just looks disgusting.
I think the fact that he didn't have the death cap really hurt his damage output. So, hard choice time. Who do we name the MVP for this game?
Yeah, I was thinking about it during the game, even though I probably should not think about it during the game. And at that point, Desrim was my choice, but he fell down in the late game, and Nafke just picked up what he could not do. He carried those last few team fights for his team. He got the soul for himself. Even though Desrim was carrying the early game, he kind of got heavily targeted, and he could not escape those engages. So I go with Nafke.
Navkala. I mean, for me, the choice is really hard because you have to wonder if Desrim wasn't ahead, would Navkala still get to this point? That is the question that I really struggle to answer. And at the end of the day, I mean, Desrim was, he still was one of the carries, but yeah, I think when it comes to the most valuable player, you kind of have to look at the player who did step up when things were looking like they could go wrong. And that was when Core Dynamics started winning the fight. It was Navkala who came up with the triple kill. So, yeah, I think I'm going to have to agree with you here. I'm going for Navkala as well.
I want to shout out Kaltsas' Trundle performance.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he did not have a good matchup. He did not, like, that team is incredibly hard to play against, but he did excellently. 1-1-11 scoreline, just playing that stable tank, getting those dragons for his team, even though they lost one, but still keeping up the soul for his team.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to see whether we have an interview ready. It is most likely going to be with Navkala, as I am seeing. So, I mean, yeah, honestly, I'm just looking forward to see what he has to say. And Sparks, this game looked the toughest out of them all against Core Dynamic, and they still managed to pull through. They still keep up their expectations. So now we're just going to go over to the interview.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. I am once again Visage, bringing you an interview with Nafkala, the mid laner of Sparks, who was victorious in our game against Core Dynamic. Congratulations to you, first of all, but it wasn't all quite so smooth sailing. We did have that unfortunate disconnect in the early levels. I know it certainly worried a few of us that were watching on the sideline. Did it kind of concern you and the team when that happened?
Hello. Yes, I mean it kind of did. My power it kind of ran out because I live in a very nice country, so I was worried that it wouldn't come back and that we would lose the game because of me. But thankfully, that wasn't the case, and it came back just in time. I was only disconnected for like 1 minute, I think, and I managed to not die in lane, which is nice. And yeah.
Yeah, you certainly managed to come back into the game with full effect. We saw you pulling off some ridiculous moves at the end there. You got I think you were pushing down into the top lane tower at one point towards the end of the game. 4 members caught you out in the Bard ultimate, and you then managed to turn it around with your own quick thinking with a stopwatch and take the fight that ended the game almost. How is Rise as a champion view? Is it something that you think works well with your own playstyle and fits into the team in a whole?
I mean, I think the champ is pretty broken, deserves another rework, I think the champ is pretty nice, and I think it wasn't me that did it. I think it was just the champ, playing itself, just EQ, and you basically one-shot everything, which is, pretty nice since, I don't really need the skill to do that, which I don't have the skill. So it's pretty nice that a champion like this exists. Definitely needs another nerf or another rework.
Well, it seems we're discovering quite a few champions that need some hits with a nerf bat today. Soraka and now the Rise as well, apparently. Well, if we're looking beyond that game so far, Sparks as a team, third game of the SQ1 split, third win on the board. You're currently living up to your reputation and your expectations of being one of our top teams. I was wondering kind of who your thoughts were on who's going to be joining you on that top podium. Of course, you played Split Raiders last week and took the win over them. Is it kind of shaping up how you expected so far? Who's your teams to watch?
Well, the only team that I kind of am somewhat afraid of is Split Raiders. I think probably it's going to be the same final as last time, and hopefully it won't be the same 3-2, and hopefully it's going to be a 3-0 for us.
So you say you're not worried about any of the other teams, which I mean is certainly a fair thing to say given the Sparks' pedigree and your current performance in the split. What about Glorious Gaming then? They looked very good earlier on. We saw them try something that, might not necessarily have been prepped for. You got them at the end of the day. Have you given much thought to that? Are you concerned at all, or how are you thinking?
Well, I'm not really concerned. I don't think that I should, or anyone should, look at the players' names and kind of be afraid before the game even starts. I think once the game starts, I mean, Reckless said it best on Worlds. Like, when the game starts, all your theories and everything just goes out the window, and stuff happens. And sometimes the best team loses. Sometimes there are upsets, and hopefully, we'll be able to come out on top.
Well, you heard it here first, people. Play the game that is in front of you. Don't worry about the nameplates. Don't worry about the teams. Just look at what's on the table and go from there. Thank you very much once again, Nafkala, for joining us. We'll see if you can continue Sparks' unbeaten run in your last game of the day. But we're going to throw it to a short break because soon we'll be having Lions Creed versus Core Dynamic. Both of these teams have had a bit of a rocky start to the split so far, and bringing you all of that action will be Counterfeit and Varys, so don't go anywhere.
These brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Cold, these brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. Cold, these brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta ride or die. These brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Cold, these brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice.
Yes. Oh yeah, sorry. How do you prefer to be called? Is it Varys? Varys? Oh, sorry.
Now I gotta ride or die.
Welcome back, everyone, to SQ1. It's time for our third match of the day, seeing our 2-0-3 teams going up against each other. Only one of them gets to leave with a win here, and we've seen a pretty strong performance in that last game as well.
Yeah, Core Dynamic came out real strong, trying to snowball through Towie. Towie even taking Ignite in the top lane. He just went all out in this lane, trying to push as much as he could. But did he have anyone else pushing with him? He was kind of alone on that island, and he needs someone else to snowball with him to get that win for his team.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we did see such amazing. We had the solo kills from Towie. We had 1v2 kills from them as well. So I'd love to see them back on a pick that can really do some damage. I guess the big question for me coming into this, Varus, is going to be, can someone else come and join on the core dynamic side and carry along with Towie?
That's going to be the main option to see. Like, so far, Varte would probably be the best option because we haven't seen as strong performances from Looker and Quadra as you'd want to see. So maybe Varte and Towie just move around as a gank squad, and pulling out a Jarvan and Darius, that could be a very good option to do so.
Yeah, you can't get much more aggressive than that. And Looker on the LeBlanc pick in the mid lane as well. On Lion's Creed side of things, bringing out the Fiora for the split pushing power, as well as the Olaf and the Azir for Dimdog in the mid lane.
And you see they're just nullifying other options on the table. Like Wukong is banned by the side of Lion's Creed. They don't want to see Wukong in this game. They don't want to see bot lane. You obviously know that that's a thing now. Wukong Senna, really annoying to deal with, and obviously gained in popularity from being seen in pro play. So they're just nullifying any other options on the table. And Lion's Creed round out their comp with a Soraka and Varus here.
Yeah, the last pick for Core Dynamic will also be an Enchanter in the bottom lane. So we've got ourselves a pretty spicy bottom lane combination coming together. Misfortune and Yumi up against Varus and Soraka. So, we've got these two teams who are 0-3 coming to this one. Varus, from where you're sitting, which team have you seen the most promise for going into the later weeks of the season?
It's going to have to be Core Dynamic because the problem I have with Lion's Creed so far is I'm struggling to find identity. And because of this, it doesn't look like they have a win condition. It doesn't look like they have someone they go, right, we're going to play through you this game and we're going to draft X, Y, Z. They never really have a set game plan. And you can tell that by the way they play. They seem sort of lost on what to do when it gets to the mid game. Because of this, the better teams have just been punishing them even harder. Where you look at Core Dynamic, they're evolving, and like they just tried playing through top heavily this game. It nearly worked out for them. So just a little more pushing power with that. Drafting a LeBlanc, playing even more aggressive, seeing if they can push harder.
Yeah, I mean, I'm particularly fascinated. You mentioned before that Varte in the jungle. In the last game we saw him up against Sparks, did get caught out from invading very aggressively. So at least we know they don't have any hesitation about being aggressive. It just feels like maybe it needs to be directed towards a more profitable avenue.
Yeah, for sure. And it just seems like they're slowly understanding how they want to be aggressive because they're getting punished by the better teams and then going, right, we can't invade like this, otherwise we're going to die. Now they're starting to understand and be like, right, we can snowball top. That's definitely a win condition there, and we can push that to other lanes. Now we can look with LeBlanc to maybe even push that even further to other lanes and maybe just like four-man this bot lane.
I'll be fascinated to see if Core Dynamic can show us something impressive here. I mean, for Lions Creed, they come in with a pretty tough first game up against Glorious Gaming, who will be seeing it going up against Sparks a little later on in our final match of the day. Can you run me through, in brief, what happened to Lions Creed for any of our viewers who may be joining a little bit late today?
A lot happened to them, for sure. They kind of got demolished. It's no easy way to say it other than they kind of just got rolled over. So they're definitely going to look to bounce back here. And this is really going to be showing if Lions Creed can bounce back because this is going to be their fourth game. They need to start making stuff happen now before it's too late in the season, before they just keep getting pushed down by the other teams.
So if we're, for the side of, if we're talking about Lions Creed, if the, what's been the most promising from them so far? As much as we've been talking about how Core Dynamic could go big, if Lions Grid are going to surprise us, where would you most expect to be surprised from?
So, I've said this before, and I think if they actually get a strong side top lane, they can actually hard snowball through that. Because looking at the side of Lions Creed, you look at their champion pools, you look at Mental Nirvana, stand out as a Camille one trick, and people are just like, all right, get rid of Camille, easy, we're fine. And this is the first time he's been able to grab the Fiora. And there's been the champions like Jax as well, been banned away commonly. Now he actually has a champion he's comfortable on, and he's not playing weak side top lane. Maybe this is the time for him to shine.
Yeah, I mean, it's really exciting, especially after Towie was the one to really carry for Core Dynamic in the previous game, to now be going up against another top laner who's got an enormous amount of potential as well. I mean, we've seen this in SQ1 that the top lane has often been a hotly contested space. For Nirvana, this is quite the challenge, but I'm glad we do at least get to see both top laners bringing in something that can go off really big.
And it will definitely go off big. This top lane is not going to be passive at all. You're going to want Mental Nirvana. He's going to want to avoid any fighting with Darius early. But as the game progresses, you're going to see more spicy trades coming in, more aggression. And is that going to be the case of Luca sitting in the bush and being like, so now you go aggressive, now you die? Or Jarvan sitting in the bush doing the exact same? So it's going to be a case of mind games, especially in this top lane.
So to turn our eyes towards the other side of the map, down in the bottom lane for both of these teams, they haven't really, neither of these bottom lanes have really had the chance to stand out majorly in this game. I mean, for Lions Creed, we've got that very strong Varus pick, but are you expecting, these bottom lanes to be a major part of what causes this game to swing one way or the other?
Definitely for Core Dynamic, because you look at the combo they have, and I'm not just talking about the Yuumi, it's the MF Jarvan we have on the table. That is just such a big wombo which can turn a game on its head just from then to alone. Doesn't matter how much gold you're behind, as long as you've got one item, you can turn a game on its head just from that one Cataclysm, the bullet time combo. That can just win a game straight off. And then you look on the other side of Lions Creed, they have a Varus Soraka, so you're going to see them wanting to be aggressive in the lane. They need to be winning lane with this combo. And to round that off, they are going Poke Varus here.
All right, guys, on to the Rift 4, our third series of the day. Two teams who have been chasing a win all this time. Only one of them gets to leave with that win. Certainly, it's looking likely after last game that Core Dynamic are going to come out strong, as Dimdog gets caught early on. It's been rooted in place. Surely not. We're not even a minute in the game. 40 seconds it took for Core Dynamic to take the first kill.
That is absolutely disaster for Lions Creed. You can't be dropping kills this early just like that for free. Not even a Summoner blown on the side of Lions Creed. It's just an Ignite from LeBlanc. Easy chain. And Azir's dead.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, that's going to throw everything off. So, of course, we've got the recall coming back in with the extra Dark Seal for your troubles as well for Lucca to hopefully spin into even more stacks later on. I'm kind of curious now to see what Core Dynamic can do with this early lead.
Yeah, that makes LeBlanc's laning even easier, coming back with that Dark Seal, getting that extra healing, and just being able to be more annoying in this lane. She's not gonna get punished for even starting chain here, so she's gonna get away with a lot more in this lane what she should have.
A very, very nice start for Lucca. So we're looking for the rest of the Core Dynamic to match up to Towie's performance from the previous game. Certainly, you mentioned before that combo play that Vote and Vote's got with the Cataclysm, that Lucca can follow into the heart of that Cataclysm, much as the Misfortune can with her ultimate as well. Feels like there's some real big explosive plays in Lions Creed's future.
That's for sure. And we look at items real fast. You see that Soraka's gone for the Frostfang here. And on the opposite side of the board, we have the Relic Shield from Naomi, which commonly you see more often. The Relic Shield just comes out because you get more benefits from it, you get better HP, and AP you get from Frostfang once it's fully completed isn't too great. That's why you see people opt for the Relic Shield, because they prefer the HP.
Well, something now we're talking about the bottom lane that's really jumping out here is that so far, Lions Creed have been able to not just dominate, but nearly lock Quadra, the Misfortune, out from CSing entirely. 4 CS to 12 right now, and I don't even think there's a major pack of minions coming in that are, at least that Quadra's going to get access to.
And the worst part of this is that Lions Creed knows that VoDs started bot side, so they're able to be as aggressive as they want without punishment, knowing that Jarvan will be in the top side of the map, being able to push their lead. They have to win this lane, like we mentioned, and this is a good way about it.
Putting down some serious hurt early on. Fortunately, both bottom laners, or both bottom lanes, with some sustain from their support, so able to stay in lane for the time being, even if the CSing isn't going so well. Up in the top side, Taui has been dominating on the CS themselves, but no early kill for the top laner.
No early kills yet, but we see the CS difference starting to pick up for the Darius. Sort of expected, because Darius does have the Ghost, so you have to be a bit more respectful here. It is coming from Darius, and Ghost did just get buffed as well, so it benefits him even more. So you gotta really be careful of them bleed stacks.
Yeah, he's particularly on a champion you can activate that ultimate multiple times, like Taui's Darius can. Getting chased down by a ghosted Darius seems like a terrifying prospect, and one that Mental Nirvana will get to experience for themselves.
And we talked about it, and it literally just happened. Would you look at that? Taui is looking to try pop off again. He wants to snowball.
Yeah, the solo kills immediately going to teleport in for a 1v1 again. There's no jungler, but down the bottom side, Quadra's in a whole world of hurt. Nice interception there as the exhaust is burned, but Lone Wolf gets taken out in return. Good turnaround here from Core Dynamic. And Lions Creed's bottom lane dominance seems to be at an end as they pick up the final kill. It's now 6-1. We've not even passed 5 minutes.
So this game is going to be an absolute fest from what just happened. Core Dynamic getting exactly what they wanted. They're getting their bot lane into this game. LeBlanc roaming down to actually help secure a lead for them is absolutely huge here.
All right, so let's check out that 1v1. Even with the apprehend missing, Taui commits in and still gets it.
There's no hesitation. He just knew he had more stacks, and just flashing in there is just a guaranteed kill. So he goes for the play, and it just proves even worth. And Fura did TP back after that, traded a 1-for-1, which was even more worth for Darius, because Darius still had more gold out of this whole trade.
Taui finally is going to take the 2v1. Can they manage to pull off the double kill once again? Lucky coming in, but it's going to be too late. Lone Wolf, though, has to escape, and on the Olaf, that's not the easiest thing to pull off, so the trade kill comes back immediately.
And Luca constantly getting that priority to roam and pick up these kills is absolutely huge. If he can keep making plays like this is the other carry we needed. So this is the play we talked about. The teleport, fighting in between the minions, Darius just getting his stacks off, kiting back, using the damage when he can. And the trade is just absolutely worth it for him because he's still coming out on top of here despite the wave pushing.
And Taui's investing this early gold into the Bramble Vest to make those trades even better. Both summoners, in fact all summoners, stripped out of both top laners and both junglers as well down the bottom side. For Core Dynamic, they've got no summoners as well. It's still looking like the advantage remains primarily for Lions Creed in the bottom side, but that could be about to change. Oh, never mind. Quadra just got nailed.
Absolutely big damage coming out from the Varus there. Constantly trying to punish this MF as much as they can. They're trying to keep that passive down just to make this even an easier target to go for.
Dimdog, one of the very few members of the squad who can get themselves out of trouble, almost running into the Core Dynamic gank squad, which of course is headed up by Varte. A stolen Rift Scuttle that could be the beginning of something bad for Core Dynamic. As the silence comes through, that's a level 6 Olaf. He hits like a truck and takes down Varte. The bottom lane of Core Dynamic coming in for the assist. Lucka trying to lock down. Can the team of Core Dynamic function without their top laner? They're trying their darndest. And it's now 4 kills for Lucka's LeBlanc.
And you talked about functioning. Soon as LeBlanc turns up again, LeBlanc picks up another kill. LeBlanc is just picking up kills after kills after kills. Can LeBlanc push this lead into other lanes even harder? That's what we need to be seeing. Top is already won at this stage. Darius should just snowball off this. If he gets the snowball without being ganked too many times by Olaf, if Luca can just go to this bot lane, Core Dynamic can just start to find their lead. But right now, it's still Lions Creed coming out dominant in this bot lane.
Yeah, they're able to get themselves hold of those plates and a still substantial CS lead, even despite Core Dynamic putting a lot of attention down towards that bottom side. Quadra, of course, we're waiting to see that huge bullet time combination with the Cataclysm that Core Dynamic have been promising us since the start of the game. We've got a Cloud Drake up for the taking. Maybe we get a chance to see it down the bottom lane.
Maybe so. This will be a highly contested objective, but I hate to think the Rift Herald is just far higher priority with both top laners looking to snowball, looking to fight, looking for these solo kills.
There's the ghost being popped, and nice parry on the guillotine there. Taui, maybe starting to fall off a little bit here, has got tons of armor, but not that kill pressure they were maybe hoping for.
Kind of made it a little bit obvious. Blowing the ghost there sort of just indicates that he wants to go all in, and you won't really see that used unless that case, like they want to go all in. So the parry was timed perfectly, knowing that Darius wants to fight you really hard here.
Down the bottom side, it looks to be the Core Dynamic. Those promises of a bottom lane battle seem to be ill-founded as the Drake goes across, but you called it Lions Creed. They are all over the other objective that's up right now, the Rift Herald, and it looks like Lone Wolf will get to take it completely uncontested. In the mid lane, Dim Dog and Luck are having a scrap, but look who's coming to the party. It's the rest of Core Dynamic. There's the ult combo, but Dim Dog can still get away and almost takes out Luck on the way out.
Meki pulling out the save for Luca is absolutely huge here because Luca has that 400 gold extra on top of him. If Luca dies here, Azir's back in the game. Azir's already winning on CS obviously because he's not been able to roam. Getting that gold would put him in a staple lane and he'd be able to go even with Luca here.
Worth noting that Lucky, who picked up that Dark Seal from the very beginning, is already up to 8 stacks, but as powerful as they are, we'd love to see some more movement around the map, much as Taui transitioned their lead into the strongest showing from Core Dynamic in the previous game.
Talking of a strong showing, Lions Creed bot lane are showing up strong so far. Can they push this even harder is going to be the thing we have to monitor this game for sure.
Yeah, we're already seeing the CS being turned into items. And we have also got a visit from Lone Wolf, the Olaf down the bottom side. Looks like they're going to run a Herald into the tower and then turn that into a gank. There's the Chains of Corruption locking down Quadra. We have got the final chapter. Sniper gets eliminated. The 2v2 taken by Core Dynamic before the reinforcements arrive. Quadra is going to fall. Neki tries to release, get the kill back with Lucker on the flank on the LeBlanc. Looking to try and clean up. We'll go and at least trade across the kills. Core Dynamic come out of that one even.
You gotta argue that Lions Creed are stalling on the anti-healing in this lane. If they had it there, maybe they can do more.
Lucker and Vate going to be chasing down Lone Wolf now. Lone Wolf has no way out, but the nice use of the Emperor's Divide, the trade of kills, the shutdown goal going across. Dim Dog, the brawl of the mid laners underneath the tower. Lucker wants no part of it. Oh, I could not have been more wrong.
They full commit for that fight. Look at again picking out another kill. 7 kills on this LeBlanc now. That's such a big bounty on the table. If Luca gets shut down, if is what we need to watch. And when they do, that is a big load of gold going back to Lions Creed if they can secure this shutdown.
Yeah, and the gold lead is not that major for Core Dynamic as much as it's felt like they've been in pretty strong control. Less than, slightly over 1,000 gold with the tower plating being picked up in the bottom lane for Core Dynamic's bottom laners. But I think they're about to receive an unwelcome visit as well.
Just Olaf casually showing his face, just letting himself known. Not really much else happening here. The bot lane is just going to come to collect this wave now, forcing MF and Meki to go to base.
Okay, so we've got the tower taken in the bottom side. First tower to Lion's Creed. Barely behind as Varte will get found out in the jungle. There's still tons of plates for the taking. Varte, of course, can get away unless they mess up their flag and drag. Instant drop of the grand challenge, and it's completed. Taui not quick enough to help out their teammate.
Instant punishment of the misplay from Varte. Varte not getting his flag and drag off there is absolutely detrimental. Mental Nirvana securing himself some gold, getting himself even better into this lane. He nearly has his Ravenous Hydra, and that's when we're going to see him online a bit more. But when he gets his Trinity Force, that's when the full action's going to begin in the top lane.
We have got a chapter coming in, and it's a short story. Meki locks down the kill, helping out Luck. A nice roaming from the bottom lane, but that has left Quadra all by themselves, and instantly Lion's Creed pounce and swipe the kill for themselves.
I just want to note as well, this is a lethality misfortune. This is not something you see often anymore.
Oh boy! We're not going to see anything for much longer if Varte has anything to say about it. Lucka assisted once again by the rest of Core Dynamic. They try and build themselves up. Another carry. Lucka dancing around Lone Wolf. Chains them, locks them down, and gets the double kill. They are now 9-0-4. The casting competition for the Core Dynamic carry is apparently over, and Lucka is filling those shoes.
Lucka is indeed. He's trying to channel his inner knight here, just performing out of his mind on this LeBlanc, being able to pick up so many kills in this game.
Dimdog seems like the only one who's been able to keep themselves away. Those Emperor's Divide has been a really nice tool to be able to negate some of the Core Dynamic combo potential. But I mean, it doesn't feel like it's been enough now that things have started to snowball for Core Dynamic once again.
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest, it's looking very awkward for Lion's Creed right now. So this is the play on the top side where Darius is just getting poked out and poked out and poked out.
Oh.
But the huge guillotine there, just taking so much of the HP of the Fiora, securing the solo kill. This is what I mean about this top lane. It's going to be constantly bloody.
I thought when we went into that replay it was going to be the start of Nirvana taking back over the top lane. Ever since they got that solo kill onto Varte, it's felt like the Fioras maybe had the chance to fight back into it. But man, Taui, you put them on the carry, you get what you expect, which is domination.
The only issue right now, we need to see this domination push. This was the case of last game. He dominated, but it wasn't enough. We need to see him push this even harder, maybe draw more attention towards his side so you can make plays around the map.
So for our 16-minute check-in, we can see that nearly up to 30k are Core Dynamic. Nearly a cool 3k ahead as the mid lane, it remains explosive as always. Core with no towers of their own, but 2 Drakes so far. Doing pretty okay on the objectives, but not amazing.
I also know a certain... Ooh. That is the combo we've been waiting for, and it's executed perfectly on the mid lane. Goodbye, Lion's Creed bot lane.
Oh boy. So we've got the split push set up here for Lion's Creed. Mental Nirvana being allowed to operate by themselves on the bottom side, but this raises the question as, if Core Dynamic can make that play anytime they want, how do Lion's Creed maintain a split push?
And that is going to be the awkward case of this game, because there's no strength left at the moment. Lion's Creed are struggling to grasp onto anything to push back into this lane. They need to enable Nirvana to do something in this game. Otherwise, LeBlanc will take over this game on her own.
Yeah, it's truly ludicrous. Up now to 10 kills for Lion's Creed. They are looking at to try and make a pincer play, but Lone Wolf may end up getting isolated and taken apart. Varte in pursuit. Lone Wolf is up to a level 11 already, but the crowd control isn't coming. Look at that lack of damage. It's just ridiculous.
Olaf gets absolutely obliterated there. Not really a lot he can do. He's trying to run for his life, even use goes, but can't outrun that LeBlanc, my friend.
Rusty Sniper is also not quick on their feet. With Tari in hot pursuit, where's the apprehend? It's going to land. Sniper does manage to get away. The Ignite is ticking. Survives by an inch. But Core Dynamic are still pressuring down this mid lane.
And the Ghost coming up big for Taui there. Able to enable the pull. Getting Rusty Sniper's summoners and nearly getting his life.
The Herald makes quick work as the bullet time is used for style points. As the Herald charges in, opens up the inhibitor. Core Dynamic, we're not even 20 minutes into the game. For Lion's Creed, it's looking very reminiscent of their game earlier on against GG. It's all going to hell real quick. There's a charge in from Laka. Gets shut down. Varte trying to salvage as Lone Wolf is on the flank. Escapes out? No! Nobody escapes from Taui. Varte will fall down to the tower, but Rusty Sniper is the only one left standing with Mental off in the top lane. You need to get back to this base because it's in danger of being toppled over pre-20 minutes.
Yeah, this is an 18-minute game so far. And who would have actually expected this? From this game, I think nobody expected this to be this short. I think we all expected like a 30-minute game.
Hold the phone. Mental Nirvana 1 versus 3. Still gonna kill anyway. Can they save the game? They have. Core Dynamic, they're not gonna finish, and it's thanks to Mental finally arriving.
Now the question is, can Lions Creed capitalize on anything? They need to be able to try get some sort of pick to enable them to start pushing their way back into this game. And to be honest, the easy option is waiting for that Darius. Darius is going to try push his lead on the side lane, punish him, and have some gold in your pocket. You need to get something back in this game.
Yeah, well, Laka did get taken out with that huge, ludicrous bounty. They're already back up to 400 for Taui and for Laka. So for Lions Creed, there's a lot of money floating around as Lone Wolf may regret going blindly across that wall because they're going to be in a whole world of trouble. Taui now going to be brought in. The sniper has been sniped. Seku running away as Lone Wolf is desperately trying to get away from this monster-made flesh. There's Taui supported by Meki. Laka cleaning up the kill. Lions Creed, they're just being annihilated once more.
I think it might be too little too late for Lions Creed. I hate to shut out a team so much, but at this stage, Core Dynamic are looking dominant in this game. And I've seen some scary stuff in my time. Darius Yubi is one of them.
I mean, it's building up to almost be as scary as Laka is in this game, who's now, if you're keeping count, up to 12 kills. Core Dynamic were denied the win from before. It's still only 20 minutes in, and they're pushing onto the Nexus towers once more. Nirvana this time is there to stop any further pushing from Core, but Nirvana is the only player on the Lions Creed team who has, an even kills to death at the moment.
And so far, it's not looking like they've been able to do much with any of them kills so far. And Lone Wolf is not long for this world.
No, just bulleted into a hole there. The whole map being given across, or at least the bottom side of it, the Core Dynamic as they can make a move in for their third Drake. Baron is up. The Lions Creed, I have to wonder if we're going to see something crazy happen, like a sneak Baron, given how far out of control this game has become.
So the only issue for Core Dynamic is the Dignitas Baron throw is still on the table. That is definitely a key factor because their team does not actually do Baron that fast. You have an MF who is lethality MF, so that's going to slow it down a lot more for your team. The Baron throw is still an option, so it's kind of why they're avoiding it and just looking for picks here because they don't secure that objective as fast as they'd want to. And if you get caught on this objective by the Emperor's Divide, for example, that could be huge for Lions Creed.
I really want to get the chance to see Lions Creed show us fully what they're capable of rather than just getting run down by Core Dynamic again and again. It feels like each of these fights that are happening are deeply unfair fights, and that's all credit to Core Dynamic for making that happen, but Lions Creed, they're just getting shut out of the game entirely. As you talked about your Baron throws, here's the chance.
This is the chance for Lions Creed. They need to try capitalize on this. Are they even going to come to it? It's going to be a face check by Varus of all people. Luca shows to Varus, then Varus just goes bye-bye.
Lucker's coming in round the flank. This could be the final gasp for Lions Creed. Rusty Sniper chased away while Dimdog on the far on the left-hand side. Locked down. The combo is no good. Quadra down very low but does not fall. Seku annihilated as well. It's going to be down to Lone Wolf surviving for a second. Nirvana is going to be the last one standing, but it's not for long. It's going to be a clean ace for Core Dynamic. 34 kills to 11. My God. Core Dynamic, I think they're really starting to get attention now.
They are for sure, and I don't think we're going to see as much LeBlanc in the future. With Luca actually snowballing this game, almost putting it on his back. But special shout out to Taui and Meki doing really well this game to enable everyone else to be more aggressive.
So with the Nexus Towers now gone, it's going to be Core Dynamic locking down their first win of the season. And what a hell of a way to do it. 23 minutes into a game with nearly a 10,000 gold advantage at that point. It's just ridiculous.
Definitely a convincing game from Core Dynamic, and this is what they need. They can't go 0-4 looking like the team what everyone can beat for free. Now they're showing teams that they can actually play. Last game, they nearly came up with a win and just came up short. This game, they push hard. They go full aggression. And look at that damage from Luca. 25k damage from the Magi LeBlanc.
That is just incredibly... It's almost double the damage that Dimdog was able to put out on the Azir. Oh boy, I mean, I'm kind of curious now. It feels like a corner has been turned for Core Dynamic now. They gave Sparks a pretty good run for their money. They almost made us believe for a while they might be able to pull off. Now, they firmly established themselves as a team who's not going to go winless throughout the season. I'm kind of curious what their future opponents are going to think of them now, especially they've seen Lucas LeBlanc.
And what we've established from this game is if they enable Taui to play aggressive, like he has done the last two games, they tend to do better. And because of this, Lucas had free reign to roam to wherever they want to. Olaf's been trying to go top this game, trying to push this Darius out of lane. He went top. Luca went bot and snowballed bot lane. Was it enough?
Yeah, I'm really impressed as well. We came into this one hoping that Core Dynamic as a squad would step up. You pointed out, Meki on the Yuumi was getting around, helping out Tari, helping out Luca. It felt like the whole team came together to bring their two carries forward, and Quadra was able to step in and finish off the job, or at least assist in that job happening on the Misfortune as well.
Core Dynamic definitely look a lot cleaner with Meki in the starting roster as it stands. Because Meki, last split, he was one of the better roaming supports in the league. And he was roaming as Yuumi. You don't see that very often. Yuumi players like to just stick to one or two targets. He was jumping to everyone possible.
All right, guys. So, with the end of that game and the last game for Core Dynamic this weekend, we have got an interview with Sasko, the Core Dynamic coach. CJ is ready to let us know just quite how Core Dynamic has taken this game and turned a corner for themselves this season. CJ, let us know.
Welcome everybody to this post-game interview. My name is CJ and I'm here with Core Dynamics Stasko, the coach for the team who just picked up their first victory of this season versus Lions Creed. Now, hot off that game, I think it's fair to say we strayed deep into Fiesta territory there, kills flying left and right. Do you feel like you were in control throughout, or was this just kind of following the hype? Of course, you weren't in the comms, but you know your team, you know how they work, right?
Yeah, I mean,
like we have a game plan. Like the game plan at the start of the game was just like run it down, just kill as many as we can. We had the Dark Harvest MF. Like we had to get the kills to get the stacks. Um, we were just running down everywhere, just hoping to close it out like decisively, get as many kills as possible, and then end the game. That was kind of the game plan.
I do like the candor there. Our game plan is running it down, and it did work out there. Obviously, the MF build, the Dark Harvest going into lethality items, is a pretty new one as far as I'm aware. Is this something that's being slept on? Is this kind of good into most matchups, or is it a bit more of a situational thing?
Like I think in general, like the whole team comp was like it was just like this one game. Like we just had to go like as much like Fiora is such an odd champion on top lane. It kind of just forces us to go into like defensive mode, like pick something really good into her. Can't really go for like the freestyle picks we have on top lane usually, and the bans on the pro draft. In terms of the AD carry position, we couldn't get a champion we liked, so we just settled for like the next best thing.
Absolutely. And speaking of champions you like, you did finally manage to lock in Lucker's LeBlanc, which has been banned away several times against this guy and is very prominent on his OP.GG. So how powerful do you think LeBlanc is currently in Lucker's hands? Like, is this it's open, we're just going to slam blind pick it? Or, is there a little bit more consideration to go in?
Yeah, I mean, like blind picking it, maybe not. Like the thing is, like the way we're as a team, there's a lot of good counters against us. Like there's a lot of champions that can be played against us. So blind picking for us like is kind of hard. But LeBlanc in his hands, he's only picked it up recently. We've had a chat with him with the coaching staff. He's pretty fresh on it, but LeBlanc powerful in his hands. Like yeah, he's stomped every game so far with it.
Yeah, for sure. He was a lot of gold funneling into him there. That Magi stacking up very quickly was hugely impactful, to be sure. So let's zoom out and take a look at the bigger picture here. You guys definitely haven't had the greatest start to the season, but you look competitive against the previous champions. I believe with Split Raiders that you managed to have a very strong early game against. You managed to move off the bottom of the leaderboard here against Lions Creed. So do you think this is going to be the turning point, or is there still plenty of work to do for Core Dynamic?
There's definitely a lot of work to do. It's mostly just like we've had a lot of trouble trying to expand champion pools and find where we fit best. And it's hard against the most experienced teams. Like Split Raiders gave us a good game. Sparks gave us a really good game. It's really hard when you play against established teams. They have a lot of experience together and stuff. The team's pretty fresh, so we're still having a lot of trouble dealing with the old dogs, but it's we're getting there slowly.
Yeah, for sure. And let's see if you guys can keep these winning streak alive. Let's get some wins in a row built up as we are going to go into our another break really quick, and then we're going to go into our last game of the day, which will be Glorious Gaming versus Sparks. I've been CJ. Thank you, Stasko, for joining us for this interview. We're going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final series of our final game of the day here in SQ1. We saw a very, very strong performance in our previous game from Core Dynamic, but now we turn our eyes to the only undefeated team in the competition, Sparks Esports, going up against Glorious Gaming. And Glorious Gaming themselves, they had a very strong showing earlier today.
That they did, and they need to ride this momentum to beat this undefeated Sparks at the moment. Sparks are looking in better form than they have in previous times, and they have beat two of the stronger teams already. They beat the last season's champions in Split Raiders, and they beat a very strong Resolve at the same point. So, does GG have enough momentum to topple Sparks right now? Is going to be the story of this game.
Yeah, I'll be fascinated to see what happens because last game 25-3 was the kill count against Lions Creed. I mean, I really have the question, if you roll over opposition in the first game of the day, that certainly doesn't prepare you to go up against the toughest team in the whole competition in your second game.
Exactly that, because the toughest team isn't going to fall down that easy. They're going to have backup resources. They're going to have other game plans they can fall back on. And Sparks have been one of the best teams to adapt when they need to.
So we've got our first bans coming in for Glorious Gaming. They ban out the Kassadin and the Fiora as well as the Yumi. For Sparks, they've been focusing their efforts down towards the bottom lane, taking away the Thresh, and of course, the ever-present Varus, finishing things off with a Set.
Not surprised to see Set taken off the board. Just such a flexible pick, especially with him being more prominent in support than other roles as it stands. Mainly because of that Hex Flash, being able to run at people with a Nimbus Cloak and just blowing people's flashes left, right, and center. Just getting rid of any of that flexibility and instant locking that Karma. And you've got to think already, that's probably Bastard on that Karma. He has his most played is Karma this season.
Yeah, we expected Abash to be, back on those tanks as they've been kind of become famous for, but they've done so well on these enchanted top laners that it's a shame not to see them there, as Wukong will be the first choice for Sparks. We saw how well that worked for Towie before, as it's a Lucian lock-in. The bottom lane was the focus for Sparks bans, and they'll pick up their 80 carries swiftly.
So two things coming into this. You've got to think Sparks watched the Soraka. So they already have some inkling that Bastard might be taking the Karma here. They already have that in their heads. Sparks have been famous for playing Lucian mid a lot. So that is also on the table. And Wukong is still a flex here. So they've just done two flexes in the gauntlet and just said, show us what you got. Because Sparks is drafting to see what they're picking first, to then counter pick.
All right, so the Aphelios, as you mentioned, getting locked down here for Glorious Gaming. Dan Styles, we did see them on the Victor earlier today. They went 14-2-5, but instead, they're on the Azir instead. We'll have to see if they can be just as dominant on a different pick.
Dan Styles definitely came up big, and he is one of the stronger performers from the side of Glorious Gaming. Now, he's against a stronger opponent from Navkiller. Can he push up the same performance against a mid laner who isn't going to be punished as easily?
So Navkiller taking the omnipresent Syndra into the mid lane. Sadly, not going to see the Lucian that Navkiller got the solo kills on before, but I like that it's a consistent pick as we head into the second bans, and it's going to be more enchanters hitting the mat. Lulu banned out by Sparks.
Well, not to intrude you right there, but Bad Pie's the type of person to play Syndra top lane, and that might come
true.
out. Lucian's still a flex, and so is Syndra. Syndra could go bot lane. She could even go top into this Karma if they throw the Karma into top lane. There is still options on this table from Sparks, and this is what they love to do. They love to play mind games, get you to show your full hand, and then just juke you out with something crazy.
So supports are taking the brunt of the ban in our final game of the day, as Rakan has also taken out. Sparks focusing their attention on the Soraka and the Lulu as well. Only one ban towards the jungle position. The Graves stripped out by Glorious Gaming. We'll see if Sparks do decide to show a little bit more of that hand in their fourth pick.
Supports have been heavily pinched in this game. There's a lot of the good, stronger supports have been taken off the table. So we're going to probably see stuff like the Nautilus come out more than likely in this game. And like, there's limited options to what you can put with Aphelios as much as you can put with other AD carries. Aphelios is better, arguably, with engage AD carries. Ones what want engage support, ones what want to go forward with him. So he's enabled to just constantly put out consistent DPS.
All right, a nice pickup for Glorious Gaming. The Poppy getting slammed in as pick number 4. That Steadfast Presence is going to be a tricky ability for Sparks Esports with 2 big engage picks to navigate.
Now the question is that a Poppy support? It is a possibility, and like we talked about, Bastard is a Karma top player. There's still options on the table to mess around a bit more, decide where you want to throw them, especially if you want to prioritize this bot lane. Poppy being bot here isn't a bad option.
No, not at all, as Kindred comes in as the final option for Glorious Gaming. So they've now got themselves effectively a couple of AD carries for Sparks. One more pick, and it's going to be the Lux locked in.
That's quite a surprising one, I'm not going to lie to you. I definitely wasn't expecting the Lux, but the likes of God and you, he likes to pull out something special. He is the messiah of the Shirelias. He will build that on nearly any champion. I don't think he's going to build it here for sure, but coming out with a very spicy and aggressive bot lane for sure.
Okay, so we had to know coming into this one, Sparks, I think at this point, particularly based on Glorious Gaming's previous performance here today, I mean, if anything, you could even say over the games that both of these teams have played, Glorious Gaming have been the more dominant in their showing. Sparks, I think could arguably say maybe not struggled, but at least looked like they could have had a lot more trouble with core dynamic than we expected going into this one. Based on what we've got for the teams overall, how are you feeling like Glorious Gaming's chances are of upsetting Sparks and handing them their first loss of the season?
You see, when I'm looking at the comps, I still like Sparks' team comp better. When I look at Glorious Gaming, I feel like you've only took Poppy just to counter the dashes. And Wukong's E isn't a long cooldown. It really isn't. Whereas your Steadfast Presence is much longer than his dash. And it's just a matter of time before that's reset, before his dashes came back up. He's going to have a Blade of Rune King and you're going to get melted.
Yes, we don't this time have the same exact combo as we saw in the previous games of the Jarvan Cataclysm into the Massive Vault, but we still got absolutely tons of damage. The Lux that caught us a little bit by surprise as a support pick for Sparks Esports. That final Spark, there's still a pretty heavy damage dealer that can follow up the combo for Sparks.
For sure, but Glorious Gaming are looking to push some aggression by playing this Kindred. We've seen this talked about before. I was going to say iterated, talked about before because Fruit Macalar is the type of person to play these aggressive champions. He loves the Kha'Zix, he loves the Lee Sin. He's pulling out the Kindred here, and having a tanky top lane can enable him to do so. So maybe he is going to look to camp this Wukong and shut him down entirely from this game.
I mean, we've seen what Tari could do when given the chance to get in and be really aggressive. But for now, Glorious Gaming, they're staring down a team that has yet to be beaten, not by the former champions, or the current, I suppose, really the reigning champions right now, until, of course, we get back to playoffs. Glorious Gaming, we did hear from them before. They are expecting to make a pretty good run towards playoffs. I mean, based off that previous game when Dan Styles went off super huge, it felt like they were so confident at the end of the game. They were apologizing in the Twitch chat for taking as long as they did with their first game. We'll have to see if that same apology ends up being made against Sparks.
We can see if it comes back to bite them, especially against the stronger team of Sparks here. Can they destroy the undefeated streak? Can they push a lead against the stronger team? is what we're going to wait to see. It's definitely going to be bloody, I can say this.
And for any of you guys who haven't maybe, are coming into this one not knowing Glorious Gaming, or at least Glorious Gaming in their current incarnation, the change up to their roster happening at the end of the previous season really feels like it's kind of wiped the slate clean for Glorious Gaming going into this season. And a win here, I think, would just completely torpedo any of our expectations from what we've seen from them previously.
Exactly that. The last 3 splits when Glorious Gaming have been here, they haven't looked like a strong team with much of a win condition in the past. Now they seem more on the same level. They seem to understand what each other wants from each other, and they understand how to push a lead a lot better. Their snowball potential as a team has been skyrocketed, and we've seen that from their game so far. When they get a slight lead, they push it hard.
I'd love to see Glorious Gaming try and really put Sparks on the back foot. I mean, I know with the previous Sparks game, they did have the problem with their mid laner suffering a disconnection before, but I think if Glorious Gaming gets an opportunity like that, they've got to make the most of it. Let's head out onto the Rift for the final time today. Sparks Esports putting their undefeated record on the line up against Glorious Gaming, who dominated their first game today. I'm excited to see if Glorious Gaming have got what it takes to go up against the very best, but Sparks are a truly terrifying opponent.
And something we have not mentioned as well, and Terror is back in the lineup for this game. That is such a big thing for Sparks because he is one of the main voices in the team. We know that for sure. And he is potentially even the shot caller. We don't know that entirely, but we know he is one of the main voices. To have him back in the most vital game for them is definitely going to be important.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you really can't overstate how important each of the decisions is going to be here. At least in this game, we're not seeing any early shenanigans. Both teams giving each other the respectful distance, eyeing each other across the river. And, you mentioned right back in Champ Select how we might see some early jungle aggression, particularly towards the top side. I'm excited if that happens because both junglers are starting in the top for their first buff.
And I'm very happy to see this because Sparks bot lane is going to be aggressive, especially when drafting a Lucian and Lux lane. And I talked about the items before. We have double Relic Shield coming out from both AP supports. Told you like before, this is more prominent. You'll see this more commonly. And we have a Doran Shield coming out from Lucian. Not what you typically expect into this sort of lane.
Yeah, and it's going to really put a cap on the aggressiveness down there. We've seen Checker DC already moving up and trading pretty darn aggressively. In our previous bottom lane, in the previous game, we had that sustain there. This time, both bottom lanes revolving around poke and shields only to deny that poke.
Very much so, and here's the aggression. The Jarvan is here early.
Yeah, Desrim is already down very low. A flash in. Checker DC doesn't go quite far enough to go, and it's looking like it could easily be a double. The bottom lane is so low. Niaz trying to get the kill in return, but can't find it. Double kill in the bottom for SPX to start things off.
And here is where the experience from Sparks comes out to play. Sparks are typically used to playing this sort of way, waiting for Terror to show up in the bot lane before they make anything happen, and that's exactly what they did.
So 1 kill onto Antero, 1 kill onto Destrim. A very, very strong start for Sparks here. And I think it's that shot calling. You mentioned the confidence of Sparks to be back at their full team strength to let them make that early play.
And on the top of this, we just see top getting the push as well. Wukong having the priority in a lane where you've aimed to counterpick him. I can't speak on how big this is because Wukong needs to not get priority in this lane, basically. And him being able to push you in isn't what you want, especially when you've counterpicked.
We do see a little bit of that steadfast presence helping out there for Bash, though, in the top lane. A little preview of what could be happening in these later team fights. You mentioned, though, for Sparks, they've got the ability to dash in multiple times across the squad and on shorter cooldowns, so I think that steadfast presence is going to be extremely important. But if it gets baited, then the defenses drop for Glorious Gaming.
Very much so, and something we're going to need to look at this game. I wanted to point out last game because I know a certain mid laner who would have been salivating when he's seen the Luden's Echo come out on Azir last game. This time, hopefully we see the Nash's Tooth, the more standard build, come out, because it's heavily criticized, the Lost Chapter build, because it spikes so late compared to the Nash's Rush.
And we've seen the potential Dan can get if they get that early advantage, so trying to pursue the early options makes a heck of a lot of sense. In the mid lane, both of those laners are down to around half health or so, aggressively trading. Is in the bottom lane for GG, they're still pushed up despite an early gank from Antero, which could easily be repeated. But in the mid, it's the flash forced out of Nafkala. We have got Antero there. Nafkala don't walk right into that bush, going for the kill. Desperation and forces it anyway. It's an assisted kill though. Whew, talk about aggression.
The Jarvan Q misses there, and because that misses, Nafkala dies. That's absolutely huge to get that trade there.
Antero does get that second kill though, so the Jarvan is strong. Maybe we see Sparks making some moves towards the Drake. I think there might be Nya about to discover what Antero is up to though.
Very much so, and they are trying to catch out this Jarvan. He is pinged out on this dragon, and Kindred is arriving fast.
So could get across the wall with the blast cone. The rest of Sparks are converging. Doesn't look like GG can do too much about this without Dan Styles. Remember, no, Deathrim does get caught out, is able to escape the flash across the wall. Malakar, so aggressive. Blast cone takes away Naya, does get the ignite ticking away, gets the kill. The TP coming in. Glorious Gaming, they are after Sparks and force the charge. Doesn't quite get the stun. Guarding you will be able to just about get away. No, they won't! Dan Styles gets the kill. We are tied up. 3 kills apiece.
But what has this cost them is the question. Syndra has a lot of CS on the Azir, and Wukong is gaining even more freedom. I told you already, when Wukong gets this Blade of Rune King, this lane is going to get even worse for this Poppy. And he's even decided to go for a call here. He's that confident, just sitting out and farming this lane.
Yeah, Bashar has been out roaming the map while Bad Pie has been building themselves up. They're both level 6. The CS advantage for that Wukong yet to come and bring the Cyclone into the fights.
And by the looks of it, he's probably opting towards a Black Cleaver first instead. Going for more safety, building the HP, getting that CDR. Like I mentioned, the E cooldown is really short on Wukong. So as soon as he gets that CDR, that's going to be up again and again and again before the steadfast presence is even up.
Checking in around the board, the CS is in the advantage of Sparks, and it's getting them a 700 gold or so lead. Advantage in the mid lane, pretty significant. Dan Styles is down by 19 CS, though has got the kill to make up for that. Waiting to see if there maybe be more action coming in from the Kindred pick, but while stalking the mid lane, doesn't go for it this time.
I think that's a smart decision there, because Kindred just gets to keep farming, gets to push more towards the later in the game, because Kindred does scale really well and does a lot of damage, especially against tanks, and Jarvan is going tanky here.
Malakar comes in, a bad pipe, drops the Cyclone down with a flash, does get knocked up in place though. It's surely going to be a trade of kills across, because there's no jungler coming in for Sparks. So Malakar up to 2 kills, matching Antero's 2 as well.
And that is Wukong without items, and it nearly killed the Kindred on top of that play. Bad Pie knew he had to make the play, knew there's no escape here at this point. That Kindred has already shown up in this lane. And to get a trade is already really nice, but nearly getting 2 kills there before items is huge.
You pointed out the cull in pocket for Bad Pie. Now at least going to be supplemented by the Phage to make those chase downs even more terrifying.
Yeah, very much so. Just to stay on top of that Poppy, gaining some more HP as well to fight obviously a bit longer. Very nice pickup, and like I said, I hope this is the Black Cleaver. I don't really want to see the Trinity Force here. As much as there is a fair few squishes on the side of GG, I still value the Cleaver here for more survivability.
Culling drop down as an aggressive move in the bottom lane. Checker DC is going to locked in the Cataclysm. The shield is there, and Taro is getting chewed to pieces. And the shutdown for Checker DC 2v3. GG come out huge.
And the timing on the Aphelios ult was absolutely massive. The Aphelios had his Seraphim, I believe it is, the red gun. And because of this, when he ults, he heals a big amount of HP. He got the ult off before Jarvan even landed his combo. And because of that, Jarvan got caught without a paddle. He couldn't even get any assistance from his team because he was too far in.
A bad pie being pushed in on the top lane means that Sparks have got no way of contesting this Rift Herald, and Taro wants no part of it with no ult and no flash available. GG, they've taken the lead for themselves against the undefeated Sparks. I don't know, I think we may start be moving towards a GG game if things continue in this path.
If GG can keep their momentum like they are right now, they are definitely on track to destroying that undefeated streak, and they have the comp to do so. As much as I still like Sparks is better, they are pushing their leads on GG. Kindred is getting the right place, right time most of this game so far, and is equal on Jarvan and just a little bit up on CS.
Alright, so checking it back in around the place. We've got the BF swords completed for the AD carries now, as well as the Berserker Greaves for Checker DC to get themselves out of trouble. Mobility boots for Naya on the Karma for some roaming action, as we are going to be seeing the Inferno Drake coming up as the second one. And again, Sparks are all over it.
So the thing we've got to keep in mind is Sparks' pick potential with the Lux, the Syndra, and the Jarvan here is pretty huge.
That's a bold play! That's a shutdown! That was the only bountied member of GT giving the life across and still not getting the Drake.
Yeah, ballsy play is all you can really say about that. You're giving over a shutdown for a dragon that you can submit for nothing. I don't understand the contest on this dragon. And I feel like it was just a misplay in terms of GG putting all their resources in to try and get it and just forcing the Kindred on it.
We can see from the remaining wards afterwards that Sparks, they had pretty darn good control. There was the one ward in the Drake pit, which I have to think lured Glorious Gaming into thinking they had Sparks caught off guard, but as we saw, it was very much not the case, at least when the only intervention was the Kindred.
And the Kindred even throwing down the Lamb's Respite to try keep the dragon alive longer for more steal potential. It's a lot of resources spent for one simple dragon, which can be let go.
Down in the bottom side, even with the dragon gone, Sparks are keeping their resources in place. The ward has spotted out Antero already, but we've seen how brutal those engages will be. There's the counter engage coming, teleport immediately. Final Spark takes out Checker, but Malakar comes in. Antero is gonna get rooted to pieces as a nice use of Emperor's Divide sends Guarding You back into the waiting arms of Glorious Gaming. It's a Fed kill across to the tower. That's now a 4-kill Kindred.
They tried leaving the kill for the Azir, but the Kindred actually got the last hit there. GG are showing their potential and their willingness to actually teamfight more. They was able to respond instantly with a double TP. And they're looking to push this even more by grabbing some plates, and this is a really good play by GG.
Yeah, they are pouring in the damage onto Sparks' bottom lane. Not quite able to take the tower in one fell swoop, but they have accrued a massive amount of gold there for Checker DC. Bad Pie, you noted before, is being left up in the top lane to pretty much do as they will. But so far, they haven't been able to make their impact team-wise.
And that's the thing we have to wait for. As someone who has casted a lot of Sparks' games, Sparks tend to love team fighting. And they know their power spikes when they hit them, so it's only going to be a matter of time before them using the double TP themselves, them trying to push this lead or getting a solo kill in one of these side lanes. Again, Sparks will iterate to team fighting more around the 2-item power spike, but are they going to get to that 2-item power spike without being punished by the side of Glorious Gaming.
Oh, Glorious, they're ahead in gold by a tiny amount, but still ahead. We have got a Nashor's Tooth completed for Dan Stars in the mid lane, even while they're behind in CS. The tower plates are gone. It looks to be that GG are the ones who've cleaned up most of those.
Yeah, GG have been collecting as many plates as they can get. I'm waiting for this bot lane play to happen. Waiting and playing possum.
Oh, Niad's gonna find the play out a little bit early, so Antero may have to just settle for a control ward as Checker DC wastes no time in clearing out the wave. For Sparks, even if they are not ahead in gold, they are ahead in Drake still. It's gonna be 122 until we start moving into Ocean Drake territory and a potential Ocean Soul.
And I've got to praise what Makalo did on the top side there. I feel like he read that Antero was going towards the bot side and just went to take his jungle. It's probably one of the best things you can do in that situation. Top is not there. You just take whatever jungle you can and just deny Jarvan any levels or XP here. Because you've telegraphed that Jarvan's just going bot on repeat. And because of this, the cycle is being broken by Glorious Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't have a better pick to try and pull off that kind of strategy with than the Kindred, who's going to be getting those marks from invading into Sparks territory. Checker DC, though, down the bottom side, is going to get another gank from Antero, or at least while this Drake is up in 30 seconds, the attention is certainly going to be heavily down there.
And if you're a team watching this, you have to think, is this what Sparks have in their wheelhouse? Just permanently ganking bot and thinking of ways you can play around this, like GG are. GG iterating the double TP, stopping that play happening on bot. These are the things you need to be watching for.
For Sparks, they are keeping their eyes everywhere around this Drake pit. Vision supremacy established. Bash is going to walk down to this inevitable fight. So it looks to be that GG are looking at to make this one a contest. Malakar in the back of the pit. We saw them there before. Guarding you gets held down as Checker DC gets focused. The Drake is still goes across to Sparks, but Antero is going to give their life for it. Nya running away. Checker DC, the AD carry for GG, is already down. A huge hit onto Malakar. Brings out the Lamb's Respite as Ignite ticks down. I think they're going to struggle to get away because on the other side of the wall is a bad pie. GG, disaster. Sparks moving to Soul Point, and they might even get another kill.
Sparks finally getting the fight they wanted. Like I said, they wait for their items. They're not even at them yet, and they're starting to take the fights more convincing. And Bad Pie was able to get on the back line pretty convincing there and pick up 2 kills in this fight. He has his Trinity Force on base, more than likely. He's 2 CS away from finishing his kill on top of that. Bad Pie is going for more of a bursty Wukong build with his Trinity Force. He's probably going to follow it with a Tiamat, depending on how this game goes. And then you're just going to see a lot of burst damage come out.
We've been waiting to see Bad Pie unlocked from that top lane and into the team fights. Lived up to the hype. It's looking like the legacy of Towie's Wukong will be continued here. The first tower does fall to GG, so they're not so far behind, but in the last fight, they got burst down so quickly that I don't even know how they stand up against Sparks' damage.
I think if you're GG, you need to be more on the same page there, because as we've seen in the fight, 2 of them were towards the bot side of the dragon, the rest were on the other side, and because of this, they were able to get split apart by the Wukong. If they can get on the same page and be grouped together as a 5-stack instead of being split to the side, it will bode them better.
Checker DC just gets annihilated there. Nya couldn't do enough to save him as a shield. Will not do enough to save Nya either. A double kill for Deathrim Sparks. They're building up a big head of steam now coming up on 20 minutes.
And this was an issue last split when this roster of GG came through. Checker was a constant one of the team who would get caught when he needed to stay alive to make plays happen for the team.
Bash is going to get caught out here. Where's the hammer dropping? It's going to send them away. The TP in from Nafkala will be immediately met by the Kindred. That's a ton of damage coming in. Looking like we're going to commit in for the play. The flash keeps Nafkalar away and just about survives.
And what else happens for GG? They're not able to push anywhere because everyone else was in base. So nothing else happens for their team, while Sparks is just accumulating more gold in their pocket.
It's not looking coordinated for Glorious Gaming, despite how strong it was before. 19 minutes, 4,000 in the advantage for Sparks. As we'll take a look back on that last play, Sparks, they're starting to look real nasty.
Sparks are definitely getting towards that stage where they're starting to take over the game. They had a very sketch early game. It was very telegraphed, and you could see that GG just knew what they wanted to do early game. And Sparks are taking it into their wheelhouse themselves and nearly accumulating a 5k gold lead.
Alright, calm are GG. Despite being behind, they did not lose control of the Rift Herald. While there are no more plates to be taken, let's look again at how that teamfight went so wrong.
Checker and Yao walking into no man's land there. No backup from the team. Just there's not even vision to back up walking there. And Checker just gets caught out for free. And then it's just Syndra doing Syndra things to Nia, basically.
We've got the 2v2 up in the top side as well. This was one which I felt like it could turn a lot more easily, but not the happy ending GG were hoping for.
And this is a case of Wukong's items not being the best to fight a Poppy, so him having Trinity Force makes his fight take a lot longer. Obviously, he's playing more for the team fight, but then they still come out with a kill because the play was communicated to the team, and then everyone arrives in time to actually save Nafkalar, which would have been huge because that would have been a big bounty going over to the Kindred. And the Kindred so far has been a consistent part of the damage from Glorious Gaming.
Bash going to try and 1v1 the Sparks mid laner. Does manage to get a decent amount of damage in this Checker DC. Again, it's going to be the focus. This time, the Emperor's Divide still isn't enough to keep the GG bottom laner alive. And so we're now left 4 versus 5. 14 seconds until that Drake comes up. This is sole point for Sparks. And GG are operating with a diminished team.
And this is a Sparks you're fighting who are in control right now.
Bad Pie in with the Cyclone providing disruption. Will get taken out, but not before they get a kill of their own onto the jungler, which means no smite for GG.
And this is such a big dragon, like you mentioned, it is sole point. And this is one of the best dragons in the game right now.
Being held off by GG. Bash is going to get taken to pieces. The patience of Sparks to make sure they do not lose it as the soul is completed. Nya is chased out of the jungle. Dan Styles on the other side. GG. They're in full rout here. And Sparks are being absolutely merciless.
They are being merciless. Like we said, the early game was shaky. Now Sparks are in full control. This is the Sparks which is undefeated. This is the Sparks which are looking to close out this game. Look at the bounties across the board on Sparks. Even the Lux has a bounty on her.
Yeah, and 700 gold for Nafkalar on the Syndra. Just craziness. On the other side of things, the only players who've got more than one kill are Foot, Bakalar on the Kindred, and of all people, Nia on Karma, the support.
And Sparks closing out this Baron pretty much for free because GG cannot face check this. If they face check this at this point, they will lose more than just a tower.
Oh boy, a 22-minute Baron. As much as Glorious Gaming were able to accelerate their previous game, this one seems to have spiraled out of control. I mean, Foot has at least got a Black Cleaver now in inventory, but this feels like a GG side who just can't keep their AD carry alive in any fight.
And what can you do when you can't keep a vital part of your damage alive? Your options are limited, and there we go. That's his flash gone already. No flash on Aphelios. Just means he's another prime target. Wukong still has Cyclone.
Yeah, there's so many ways for Sparks to get in and start the fight. The Rift Herald is dropped in the mid lane. This either is forcing GG into a fight here or just giving it up for nothing.
And Navkala's just going to start working on his tower. Meanwhile, we have 2 people sitting in the jungle waiting for Makala.
One of the members of the GG squad who can at least get away from that Cataclysm combo. Very much unlike Checker. That flash you mentioned burned before, the pressure mounting from Sparks on all fronts. The towers are falling, 4 towers to 1. So far, this mid tower is only being saved by a lack of minions.
And it's only a matter of time. Wukong is still pressuring on this top side, and he does have a Trinity Force, so when he hits that tower, it's going to hit hard.
Done at keeping it away for the time being, but the minions have arrived. They're baroned up. They're accompanying a triumphant seeming Sparks roster. The hammer drops, but only sends away 1 member. That tower is gone. Now 5-1. Up with nearly a 10,000 gold advantage coming up to 25 minutes. Sparks showing more of their caliber for GG. I'm wondering where, if anywhere, a comeback could come from.
So the thing what's been different about this Sparks to last season's is you see a much more controlled version of Sparks. Sure, the early game was sketchy in this game, and it could be punished by teams willing to be hyper aggressive, but you see Sparks have just been way more controlled, less overzealous with their plays despite that bot lane play, and just accumulating more and more gold so they can push towards the items and just take the win a bit more consistent.
It feels like Sparks have adapted to the aggression that Glorious Gaming put out in the early going. I mean, you know, Foot Malakar seems to exemplify that, jumping into the Dragon Pit, getting up in the faces, now with the most deaths on the team, tied with Checker DC. And I mean, Checker's been the one who's been focused out by Sparks. Foot's been the one putting themselves in danger.
Indeed, he has, but Foot has to push something, and knowing that, he's been the one trying to make these plays for his team. And this is what I iterated to. There's the cooldown gone, and Wukong can just keep chasing you. Why? Because his cooldowns are way shorter than yours. That's why I do not rate this Poppy pick in terms of this draft.
It certainly hasn't been the difference maker that Glorious Gaming needed it to be. Definitely nothing comparing to the carrying potential of the FPX squad. We've got the triple threat. We've got Bad Pie up in the top lane with 5 kills. We've got Nafkala with 4, and we've also got Destrim down the bottom side with 5 of their own. There's just so many threats for GG to deal with right now. I don't even know how they get hold of even any individual part of that play.
I talked about the Messiah of the Shirelias. He has it. God and you has the Shirelias on the looks for extra engage for his team, speeding up Jarvan. Jarvan doesn't even need the Cataclysm, because if you see a Jarvan or Wukong being speeded up against you, you're going to be scared. These are fed members. Jarvan is not going to take any damage from your carriers as it stands, because he is that tanky.
Yeah, the Gargoyle Stone Plate there for Antero's Jarvan. As Glorious Gaming, they're trying to fish for something here. They've got to somehow bring this game back, because it's just getting better and better with every passing moment. Bash out at the front of the squad will soak a lot of their early damage. Do we have something here from GG? No. They fall back. Not the fight they were looking for. Bad Pie leading the charge for FPX.
And Poppy's items. So far, she's that far behind that she's got nearly no MR. And the perfect engage, look at that.
Antero comes in, locks down the fight. The follow-up is there from Sparks. They don't need permission to come in and take down GG. The double kill onto Nafkala as they chase. There's barely any escape. Naya just shrugs their shoulders. That team fight went the way of every other fight for Sparks for the last 10 minutes, maybe even longer. Smashing down the inhibitor and silencing any proponents of a broken win streak. Sparks look like they're about to secure the 4-0 right now.
So whatever comes happen there, they are the MVP at this point, because that engage from Antero was picture perfect. Caught 4 members of Glorious Gaming just meaning that it was only a few seconds later that the rest of the team could follow up. Jarvan's that tanky that he doesn't care about the rest of the team. He can tank up all that damage for free and just wait for his team to obliterate them.
Take a look across those numbers, and right, it's going to be very hard to call an MVP for this round for Sparks because across the board, they're just incredibly dominant in every lane. There's something major to praise.
I think I have one for you though, because despite the very telegraphed ganks on bot, Antero still made stuff happen around the map. He constantly had vision in the bot side jungle, so Kindred could not gank Desrim and Garden you as much as they did in the early game. He gave him more defensive vision, kept Telegraph ganking the bot lane, sure. And because of that, he forced Kindred to pressure elsewhere, even when the double TPs were coming through. It didn't prove enough because GG couldn't push that lead further.
I think you're right. You mean, with the 2 kills and 18 assists, I believe, doing some quick maths, that's only 2 of the kills for Sparks that Antero was not part of in the game overall. I mean, you can look at the damage numbers being thrown out there for Nafkala, which were truly impressive, but I think you're right. Antero set up this situation for Sparks, and they took full advantage of it.
And despite the early game, like we've mentioned again and again, going to sound like a broken, is Sparks have just been so calculated. Even in all their games so far, they've been taking games slower, taking less risks, just taking the easy gold when they can, with just slowing down games. And because of this, sure, it doesn't look like a stomp. Sure, it doesn't look like, oh yeah, Sparks are just going to come in and clap every team. They're just being more calculated. They're just being, like, in a sense, they're playing like how Origin used to back in the day when they just would play a slower game and play more towards that late game. And because of this, Sparks are looking like a cleaner team overall.
Yes, it's going to be very disappointing for Glorious Gaming, especially considering how strong that game started. It did feel like they ended up a little bit out of their depth in the later game, though. Once Sparks seemed like they got the read on what GG's style was going to be, and then, let them be aggressive and turn that aggression back on them.
And because of GG's comp, they had limited options towards closing out this game. They tried pressuring really hard in the early game with a bot lane and a mid lane, which need a bit more time to become relevant in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we get to see 2 very different, sides of Glorious Gaming here. In one game, absolutely dominant. In another game, without the chance to be that dominant. I think this is an opportunity perhaps for Glorious Gaming to go up against, you go up against the best team in the league. Your normal hyper-aggressive strategies just don't work in the same way. This is the prompting to go back to the drawing board and say, if you're going to do better than just beating up the lower table teams, if you want to beat the higher table teams, you need to have more flexibility there.
And now we need to see from this point onwards, can GG adapt? They have ended up 2-2 now, so that even record, still not bad. They can still pressure on harder. They're still looking like the strongest iteration of GG we have seen so far. So they're not to look down on this, but there's still a lot they could have learned from this game.
Yeah, and of course, that puts Sparks up as the only undefeated team in the whole competition. I'm fully expecting that, for every team going forward who are playing up against Sparks, they'll have studied the tapes. Every move that Sparks make in the game is going to be analyzed, scrutinized, torn to pieces by these teams looking for some way to break through and find that weak point to finally bring Sparks down.
And I think I'm going to call it here. Split Raiders will be the ones to do it. Mainly because Split Raiders never start off good. And we've seen that last split. So Split Raiders didn't start off good. They didn't look like a great team when they first started off. And then they came back. They came back hard. They started just clapping everyone left, right, and center. And they show how they like to adapt. They show how fast they can adapt to new metas when things change. And we're going to have a big patch on 10.13. And that's going to be a big talking point to how teams can adapt to it.
Well, guys, we have got Leviathan standing by with CJ, the coach for Sparks, who brought them through the champ select and set up the team for success. So CJ, let us know, how did that undefeated streak continue today?
Welcome back, everybody. I am CJ, and I am joined here by Leviathan, the SPX coach. Now, this was an interesting game. GG squared up to you guys pretty confidently early on. Were you expecting so much aggression to come out of their composition?
Yes, we kinda expected them to like try to invade early and try to take early leads. That's why we matched the early game aggression, since we already fall a bit behind in the draft and we were gonna get outscaled. We got a Lucian. The moment it has like all we picked it in all games, 100% pick rate, 100% win rate. Really happy about that. We also got the Jarvan for Antero, which is one of his really cool early game impact junglers alongside Elise. So yeah, it was expected, and we tried to match it.
Sure. I wanted to ask about the Lucian, because as you say, you've pulled it out so many times, and Sparks are the only team running this champion in Square One, as far as I'm aware. What is it that you guys know about this champion that no one else has realized?
It's nothing special. Neither I think that he's really good. It's just like it's a really good flex for us, and it's a lane bully that helps us get early leads on most lanes and snowball the game properly. And also, Deathrim and Naf are literally like storming through the enemies with it.
Yeah, for sure. We did see you guys pull it out several times last season as well, I believe, in melee lanes. So I imagine we'll see a little bit more of it before the season is done. And while we're on the topic of these secret weapons that you guys have, let's talk about Shirelia's Reverie a little bit. What is it about this item that guarding you, or maybe the team in general, just loves so much about this item on support?
Okay, so I mean, in general, Surelius is a really underrated item. After the redemption thingy that now it scales with the heal it does scales with the level. Supports aren't really good having it before third item. So Surelius gives you that movement speed and utility on the fights, so that you can kite around or play the fight slower or disengage when needed, and also gives you engage possibilities before the fight. So yeah, I think it's like the best second item for supports after Athens, and my support seems to agree. So yeah, that's why we use it that much.
Sure, absolutely. We did have Bashtard on in the earlier interview talking about just how strong and value for money all the support items are. So I guess you got so much choice. Good for Shirley's Reverie to come out there. Maybe we'll see some other teams start to pick it up if you guys keep this dominant streak. And I mean, despite being 4-0, Sparks did start last season 5-0 and then proceeded to struggle significantly throughout those later games. So what is it that you guys are doing differently this time around that's going to avoid you repeating that history?
Honestly, I don't know what exactly we're doing different, but we're trying to play according to our strengths in the team. Like, we're playing more around our bot set, for example. If you can see the games, we don't like, we mostly pick something top lane. If you see the first week, we picked like flex champions, like, it wasn't even good in that scenario.
Yeah.
We just gave some champions there to hold the lane. And yeah, that's mostly what we do. Like, we try to play around our strong lanes, try to take leads there, and take every objective, which is mainly what we do. Yeah.
Yeah, that worked out well for you this game. They were contesting those dragons very heavily, but somehow you guys just always seem to come out on top. Maybe that's just Antero being an absolute god, huh?
Yeah, to be honest, it was a bit of the jungle 50-50 on some of them, but in general, we had a lot more preparation about how we're gonna play the dragons, how we're gonna fight after them, and the communication in this game was, I would say, the best we had till now in all of our games, scrims and official games combined. I mean, the gameplay didn't really pay up for it, but yeah, I'm really happy with the communication at least.
Cool. Well, I'm glad to hear that you guys are still, improving and peaking once again every week, and let's see if that streak can continue. Thank you, Leviathan, for speaking to me here. That is going to sign off this last interview of the day, and that's going to be us done for this Saturday stream. We will be back, of course, at 2 p.m. CST tomorrow on the Sunday stream for day 2 of week 2. Please, everybody, come and join us then. We're going to have more exciting games for you then. Thanks for watching.